Hi guys, so I've been receiving messages and requests from so many students that ma'am, can we just do a quick revision of all the circulars, notification, clarifications, explanations which is there in our GST so that we will be able to consolidate the entire syllabus together. So here I am with the PDF. Okay, PDF also we have made which contains all the circulars, notification, clarifications, etc. And now we are going to discuss it in the lecture also. Yes, this is Arpita Tulsyan here. I hope you are ready and we can start with this circulars revision videos. Yes, in this video I will try to simplify all the circulars. Okay, whatever circulars you have for the purpose of your GST, we are going to simplify all of those and let's try to study it together. Yes, this includes all your circulars, it includes notification, it includes clarification, it includes certain explanations also. Okay, somewhere here and there if I felt that there are some extra points which are to be added, I have added those points also. Yes, okay, and this PDF, yes, this PDF which you can see on the board, this PDF is available on my Telegram channel Arpita Tulsyan and it is also available on our website in the free note section. You can go to my website arpitatulsyan.com and in the free resources section you will find this PDF there. Yes, I think we are good to go and we can start with the content now. Yes, okay. Chalo, now I have tried to put it chapter wise wherever possible. Okay, right from the supply chapter till the last chapter we are going to go, and in that manner I have tried to put it here. Okay, somewhere at some places I have consolidated the provisions together. Example, if it is molds and dies related circular, then everywhere wherever we have got the molds and dies related circulars, I have put all of those together so that it becomes simple for you also to do the interlinking. Yes, I hope we are good to go. We can start, everyone. And yes, please do like this video and share this video with your friends so that even they can take the benefit of this. Yes. Okay, chalo, let's start, everyone. The first one. Now, in our supply chapter, we had got a section number 7, the first basic section number 7, which said that if you want to consider any particular transaction as a supply, then there should be some form of supply, sale, barter, exchange, lease, rental, etc. should be there. Plus, there should be some consideration in return, and plus it should be done in the course or furtherance of business. Do you recollect this basic condition of supply? Yes. Now, in that, okay, so if there is a consideration, then only the transaction will be considered as a supply, subject to the exceptions given in schedule number 1. And in that, if you recollect, there was a point relating to donations. Okay, normally when we discuss about donation, okay, example, let's say for example, I go to some charitable institution and I give some donation there without expecting anything in return. Okay, without expecting anything in return means in that case, it is not a supply. Okay, there is no supply there because there is no consideration in return. So similarly here they are telling that whenever donations are received by charitable institution from individual donors without quid pro quo is without something in return, is not considered as a supply because this is a one-sided transaction. You're just going and paying the donation, that's it. You're not expecting anything in return, right? But let's say for example, I give some consideration, I give some donation to the charitable institution and charitable institution does something for me in return. Okay, you must have seen questions on this where we have discussed about charitable trust has put a banner of my business name. It has put that this donation is done by Arpita Tulsyan, owner of CAFinal classes or something like that. They have put a banner for me in return of the consideration, in return of the donation that I have paid. Then in that case, it will be assumed as if charitable trust has provided service to me. Right, it will be assumed as if charitable trust has provided the advertisement services to me and for which I have paid a consideration to that, then that will be considered as a supply. So normally if I'm simply going and paying the donation and I'm not getting anything in return, okay, then in that case it is not a supply. But if I'm giving the donation and I'm going to get something in return, then that will be considered as a supply. Everyone manageable? I hope you can recollect this. Yes, and for this point we have got a question in our question bank also. Please see to that. Yes, next one is talking about sending, okay, not selling, sending of artwork for exhibition. Okay, you must have heard about this also. Now, let's say if I'm an artist and there is an exhibition which is going to be there in some particular place, and I'm simply sending my artwork to that other place for the purpose of exhibiting it, for the purpose of participation in the exhibition. Then as of now, I'm not getting a fixed customer who is going to purchase my artwork. I have not got my fixed customer till now. Okay, as of now, what am I doing is I'm just sending it to that exhibition hall so that I can just put it up there, and on the day of exhibition, the customers can come and they can see the artwork, right? So in this case, please try to understand, as of now, we are simply sending it, and we are just sending it. There is no sale happening. There is no consideration that I'm receiving at the moment. So at the moment, this transaction is not considered as a supply. Okay, so ma'am, when will this be considered as a supply? Later, when the final customer comes, he likes my product, he gives me the consideration. At that time, we will consider it as a supply, but not today. Okay, so ma'am, are we required to raise an invoice today? No, you are not required to raise an invoice today. Why? Because there is no supply that is happening. But are we required to prepare a delivery challan, or are we required to prepare a e-way bill? Yes, for movement of goods. For movement of goods, these documents will be required. Okay, but invoicing is not required as of now. I hope this much is manageable, everyone. And yes, one more clarification, similar clarification in this regard. Let's say if the exhibition is outside India. If the exhibition is outside India, then ma'am, will it be considered as a zero rated supply then? Will it be considered as an export supply? So the answer is no. Why? Why? Can we say same thing is happening, just that now I told you that exhibition is going to be outside India. Can we say this is not a supply at all? Because today I'm just sending it outside India. I'm not selling it. I'm just sending it outside India. If sending, can we say sending is not a supply at all? If sending is not a supply at all, if it is not a supply, you cannot even call it as a zero rated supply. Okay, something, what can you call it as a zero rated supply? Only in first place, if it is a supply, this transaction is not a supply at all. So forget about zero rated, forget about exempt, forget about taxable. Yes? That is given here in the second point. Okay, third one, everyone, nice point, simple point. Third point talks about the no claim bonus. Okay, no claim bonus, generally it comes in case of insurance. Okay, now let's say I have taken a motor vehicle insurance, for example, or I have taken an Activa two-wheeler insurance I have taken. Okay, first year I went to the insurance company and I told that I want to do my insurance. So it told me that the charges will be 1200 rupees per annum. I said, okay, but any discounts possible? So insurance company said that no, as of now there is no discount, but next year we can give you a no claim bonus discount provided there is no claim against your insurance policy. Means there is no accident, etc. that is happening and you're not claiming any amount from the insurance company. So if we don't claim any amount from the insurance company, then next year when I do my insurance premium renewal, at that time they will give me a no claim bonus discount. I said okay. So for the first year I paid 1200 rupees only. Okay, I was riding my two-wheeler very nicely, very properly. There was no claim taken from the insurance company. Next year when I go for renewal before the insurance company, I tell them, they tell me charges are again 1200 rupees per annum. I said, sir, last year you had promised me that you will give me a no claim bonus discount. So the insurance company said, this is written in the insurance policy document also. So I'm going to give you a no claim bonus discount, let's say of 200 rupees for example. Okay, so now can I say 1200 was a gross premium. From that, already they have agreed for a discount of 200 rupees and now I am required to pay a premium of only 1000 rupees. So now the question that arises is, okay, two questions which arises here is, first of all, that 200 rupees of discount, okay, that 200 rupees of monetary benefit which the insurance company is giving to me, am I providing some service to the insurance company? Is Arpita providing any service to the insurance company for which she is getting 200 rupees of discount? No, I am not providing any service. So on this 200, there is no GST that will be applicable. Okay, because on this 200, which the consideration is paid by the insurance company to me, I am not providing any service to the insurance company for that. Okay, there is no service which is provided. Right? See this. There is no supply which is provided by the insured to the insurance company. So in that case, that 200 does not form part of the supply. Okay, next it was cleared. Next it was cleared by way of a circular in the value of supply chapter, that then this no claim bonus, on this no claim bonus which is given by the insurance company to me, if you're telling that this is a discount, then is it a pre-sale discount or is it a post-supply discount? Is it a pre-supply discount or a post-supply discount? So can we say, do you recollect the conditions for pre-supply discount? For pre-supply discount, the condition was the discount is already recorded in the invoice, okay, and the discount is given before or at the time of supply. So can we say this 200 rupees will be already recorded in the invoice which is issued by the insurance company? Okay, insurance company, when it will give me the invoice, it will write there, or the premium document that is given by the insurance company to me, it will write in the document 1200 rupees is the gross minus 200 rupees is the no claim bonus, net premium payable is equal to 1000. Okay, and this is given before or at the time of supply itself. So this will be considered as a pre-supply discount. Okay, and if this is considered as a pre-supply discount, then can I say this will be excluded from the value, and therefore GST will be applicable on the net amount, that is rupees 1000. Did you understand this? The provisions relating to no claim bonus, everyone? Yes, okay. So this was all about my no claim bonus. Now going ahead to the next point, everyone. Chalo, now let's go to the next one, everyone. Again, this is in relation to insurance company, but it talks about the claim which is paid by the insurance company. Please try to understand this point. It is very, very simple. Okay, now I'll just draw a diagram here and see if you can understand, everyone here. Let's say I am the insurer. Okay, I am the insured person. I had taken the insurance. Okay, now something has happened to my motor vehicle and I go to the insurance company and I ask for the insurance claim from the insurance company. Okay, then in that case, let's say insurance company gives me 20,000 rupees of insurance claim. Okay, it gives me 20,000 rupees of the insurance claim. Now, first question which I want to ask you, can I say insurance company is giving me the claim because for so many years since now, the company has been taking insurance premium from me? Yes. Now, from GST point of view, whatever premium we pay, okay, premium we pay to the insurance company, on that the GST is applicable. Yes, on that the GST is applicable. But what about the GST on insurance claim? What about the GST on insurance claim? Is there any GST applicable on the insurance claim? Answer is no. Okay, insurance claim is considered as an actionable claim, not a specified actionable claim. It is considered as an actionable claim. So on this insurance claim, there is no GST applicable. So whatever amount the insurance company paid to me, on that there is no GST liability that is going to arise. Okay, now listen. Please try to understand. I had a motor vehicle. Okay, that motor vehicle, some parts of that got damaged, etc. And then I went to the insurance company. I told that, see, so and so thing is damaged. Please do the valuation and please give me the claim. So insurance company said that, okay, insurance claim amount is equal to rupees 20,000. I said, okay, only 20,000. Insurance company said, yes, as per our valuation norms, we can give you only rupees 20,000. Okay, now please try to understand. Then what I told to the insurance company was, sir, let's say for example the bonnet, okay, the front part, the bonnet of the motor vehicle got damaged. Okay, and then I told to the insurance company that, sir, you are giving me claim of rupees 20,000, but this bonnet has got damaged. Can I take this damaged bonnet also along with me? Okay, I will keep this damaged bonnet along with me and you give me this 20,000 rupees of insurance claim. So insurance company said, what will you do with this damaged bonnet? I said, I will go and sell it to the scrap dealer. He will give me like 1, 2,000, 3, 4,000, whatever amount he is going to give it to me separately. So insurance company said, boss, please try to understand here. Please try to understand. If you want the bonnet also and if you want the insurance claim also, you are not going to get both of it. Okay, if you want to keep, okay, insurance company told it to me, Arpita, if you want to keep that damaged bonus also with you, then we will deduct something from the insurance claim. Then we cannot give you full 20,000. Let's say the insurance company is deducting 5,000 rupees from here and it is giving me a claim of 15,000. Then in such a case, can I say I will get a net insurance claim of 15,000 and that scrap is also mine now. That bonnet is also mine now. I can go and sell it to any scrap dealer. Okay. Now, can I say in this transaction, on this 15,000 which is paid by the insurance company to me, this is anyway an actionable claim. On this, there is no GST applicable. Okay. Now that scrap of 5,000, can I say I am the owner of that damaged bonnet? Okay. Now, when I will sell it to the scrap dealer, okay, I am an unregistered person and I am going to sell it to a scrap dealer, there will be no GST implications on that. Did you understand this? Okay. Another thing is, when I told to the insurance company that you please give me the insurance claim of 20,000 rupees and you give me that damaged bonnet also. So insurance company told me, boss, you cannot get both. Okay, means you cannot get 5,000 rupees extra in insurance claim and you also want the bonnet. Then how will the case go? So I told to the insurance company, okay, fine, you keep the damaged bonnet along with yourself. If you want to sell it to some scrap dealer, you sell it, but give me my full money. So insurance company told me that, okay, in that case, we can give you the insurance claim of rupees 20,000. It gave me insurance claim of 20,000 only. Now, that bonnet, that damaged bonnet, that becomes whose property? That becomes the property of the insurance company now. Insurance company will keep it with itself and later it is going to sell it to some scrap dealer. Yes. So now in that case, can I say insurance company is giving me 20,000 rupees of insurance claim? Again, this is an actionable claim. On this, there is no GST applicable. Right? Acha. But now that damaged bonnet, that becomes whose property? That becomes the property of the insurance company. Now insurance company will sell it to some scrap dealer. And insurance company is a registered person. So when insurance company is going to sell it to that scrap dealer, on that the GST liability is to be discharged by the insurance company, because insurance company is going to sell that damaged bonnet, and that too it is done in the course or furtherance of business. Because of that insurance business, it is selling that damaged bonnet. So on that it will have to discharge the GST liability. Everyone, did you understand this point? Yes. So when I ask for insurance claim also and when I ask for the damaged part also, then obviously I will get the insurance claim but reduced amount. Okay. But if I say that no, I don't want anything, just give me my money, then they will give me my entire insurance claim. Manageable till here? Yes. Okay. So this was all about my salvage or wreck value earmarked in claim assessment of damage caused to the motor vehicle. Yes, if you want to write down this example, please pause the video and please write it down about this insurance claim. Yes. Okay. Then after that, let's go to the next one, everyone. Let's go to the next circular, which is very, very important, which talks about your molds and dies. Okay, which talks about your molds and dies. So now molds and dies provisions are coming in multiple chapter. It comes in supply chapter also, it comes in values chapter also, and it comes in ITC chapter also. So all the three parts I have taken it together and will study in a consolidated manner. Yes, please try to understand this. Please try to understand this. Now, first of all, I'll tell you the concept of this molds and dies. Okay, so there is a person called as original equipment manufacturer. Okay, and then there is a person called as component manufacturer. So original equipment manufacturer is the one who is manufacturing the main device, and within that main device, it wants to get a particular part manufactured from the component manufacturer. Okay, let's say for example, OEM is a mobile manufacturing company. Okay, and it wants to get the battery of that mobile manufactured from a component manufacturer. So it is telling to the component manufacturer, can you just manufacture a battery for me which can fit into this particular mobile phone? Okay, this is the role of the OEM and the role of the component manufacturer. For this, the component manufacturer will say, yes, I am ready to manufacture the battery for you, but I will need the molds and dies. Okay, I will need the proper specification. I will need a sample prototype, etc. From the original equipment manufacturer, so that I should come to know that what size of battery, etc. I am required to prepare, what dimensions, what specification of battery am I required to prepare. So for that purpose, the original equipment manufacturer will provide the molds and dies. Okay, it will provide the molds and dies to the component manufacturer, and this is generally given free of cost. Okay, OEM will provide these molds and dies free of cost to the component manufacturer. Then the component manufacturer will use that molds and dies and it will give it to the original equipment manufacturer. Are you understanding this? So first there is a free supply done by OEM to the CM. Then CM will use that molds and dies, and then it will finally manufacture the battery, and then it will supply it to the original equipment manufacturer. Manageable till here, everyone? Yes. Okay. Now see, please try to understand. About the circular that they have given, about the clarifications, etc. that they have put it here. Now the first question, which arises here is, ma'am, when the OEM, first question, when the OEM is sending those molds and dies, when it is sending those molds and dies to the component manufacturer for free, means component manufacturer is not paying any consideration for that. Original equipment manufacturer is the supplier, component manufacturer is the recipient, and there is a supply of molds and dies happening, but for zero consideration. So, ma'am, will this be considered as a supply? Will we consider this as supply of molds and dies? So the answer here is no, this will not be considered as a supply. Why? Because there is a movement of goods that is happening. There is a supply that is happening. This is happening in the course or furtherance of business. But can we say this is happening for zero consideration? If it is happening for zero consideration, can we say this is not a supply as per section number 7? Section number 7 is not at all applicable here. Yes. Ma'am, does this fall under schedule number 1? No, this does not fall under schedule number 1 also. Do you recollect in schedule number 1 we had all those transactions that even if it is done without consideration, then too it will be considered as a supply. So these OEM and CM are not related persons, they are not distinct persons, right? So in that case, schedule number 1 is also not applicable here. If schedule number 1 is also not applicable, then can we say any supply done by the OEM to the component manufacturer that will not be considered as a supply, and therefore there will be no GST applicable on this. This was the first thing. Which was coming in our supply chapter. Right? Second part which is coming here is about the value of supply which is done by the component manufacturer. Now can we say OEM gave this molds and dies to the component manufacturer, then the component manufacturer will use that molds and dies, then the component manufacturer will make the battery out of it, and then the component manufacturer will supply the battery, the main product. The main product will be supplied by the component manufacturer to the original equipment manufacturer, and for that obviously it is going to pay some consideration, right? For that OEM is required to pay some consideration to the CM. Now the question that arises here is, when the CM is selling this battery to the OEM, can we say it is going to prepare an invoice on the OEM? Let's say the value of invoice is 1 lakh rupee. 1 lakh rupee plus GST is the value of invoice. Now the question that arises here is, when the CM is preparing an invoice on the original equipment manufacturer, on that is it required to add the value of molds and dies? Is it required to add the value of molds and dies which was provided by the OEM to the component manufacturer? Is it required to be added here? So, ma'am, why this doubt is coming? In the first place, why this doubt is coming? So, do you recollect there was a section called as section number 15.2b in our value of supply chapter. Section number 15.2 was talking about 5 addition that we are required to do in the value. So, in that, do you recollect the clause B was telling that if there is any liability which was of the supplier, if there was any obligation which was of the supplier and which was paid by the recipient to the third party. Do you recollect supplier's obligation which is paid by the recipient to the third party directly? Then we are required to add that in that value. But that is to be added only if it was the responsibility of the supplier to pay for that expense. Now, in this case, can we say the supplier is the component manufacturer and recipient is the original equipment manufacturer? Yes. Now, in this case, you will have to check as per the contract. That supplying that molds and dies was whose responsibility? Supplying the molds and dies to the component manufacturer was whose responsibility? If it was the responsibility of the OEM itself, means if it was recipient's responsibility and recipient had paid for that molds and dies while purchasing it from the market, then in that case, it will not be added to the value. But if it was the responsibility of the component manufacturer to provide the molds and dies, but that was provided by the original equipment manufacturer, that was provided by the recipient, then in that case, it will not be added. Then in that case, it will be added to the value. right? So whenever it is the supplier's obligation, okay, but it is met by the recipient, then we are going to add as per section number 15(2)(b). So we'll have to check the contract that it was whose responsibility to provide the molds and dies. So if it was the responsibility, everyone, as per the contract, okay, see this, as per the contract, if it is the responsibility of the component manufacturer to provide the molds and dies, component manufacturer means here the supplier. Then in that case, we are going to add the value of molds and dies to the value of supplier. But if it was the responsibility of the OEM, that is the recipient, to provide the molds and dies, then that will not be added to the value. Because if it is the responsibility of the recipient to provide the molds and dies, and if recipient has only provided the molds and dies, then what are you going to add in the value? Nothing we are going to add to the value. Are you understanding this? So only when it is the responsibility of the component manufacturer to provide the molds and dies, but it was actually provided by the original equipment manufacturer, then it will be added to the value as per section number 15(2)(b). Manageable till here? Okay, that point is written here. Okay, that point is written here. So normally it will not be included in the value provided that cost of molds and dies was not required to be incurred by the component manufacturer. Means if it was not the responsibility of the component manufacturer to provide the molds and dies, then it will obviously not be added in the value. But if it was mentioned in the contract, if it was mentioned in the agreement between two that the molds and dies belonging to the component manufacturer will be used, but it was actually paid by the recipient, by the original equipment manufacturer, then we will have to add it to the value. Yes? Okay, and the last one. Okay, last point relating to molds and dies which is coming up here. Please try to understand. Please try to understand here. Now, the molds and dies provided by the original equipment manufacturer to a component manufacturer on free of cost basis. Okay, please try to understand. Now, let's say the molds and dies are owned by the original equipment manufacturer. Okay, he is owning it and then he provides it to the component manufacturer so that he can use it and he can prepare the battery out. Now, can we say this is supplied? This is supplied by this point. It is supplied by the OEM to the component manufacturer in the course or furtherance of business. This is done in the course or furtherance of business, and because it was done for zero consideration, it will not be considered as a supply. Okay, now please try to understand. Please try to understand from this diagram. From this diagram, OEM has provided this molds and dies to the component manufacturer for free of cost. But can we say OEM would also have purchased this from someone? Someone would have provided these molds and dies to the OEM and then OEM is providing it to the component manufacturer for free. Now, what was clarified? So, the question that arose here was, ma'am, think from OEM point of view. OEM has purchased some molds and dies by paying some consideration. By paying some consideration, it has purchased the molds and dies and now it is supplying. Now it is supplying it to the component manufacturer for free. So, ma'am, on the output, there is no GST. So, what about my input? Will the ITC be blocked on that? So the circular clarified that this is done in the course or furtherance of business. Okay, means it was the responsibility of the OEM to provide it to the CM in the course or furtherance of business. So you need not do any reversal of ITC. Means whatever was the purchases of the OEM, on that purchases, ITC is not required to be reversed under your section number 17, rule number 42, 43. You are not required to do any reversal even if there is no tax on the outward supply. Even if on the further supply there is no tax, still the OEM is not required to reverse any ITC on its input because this was done in the course or furtherance of business where it was the responsibility of the OEM to provide it to the CM. Are you understanding this? Yes, this is the first point. This is the first point that they are telling us here. But ma'am, what if OEM purchased the molds and dies, okay, and it supplied it to the component manufacturer for using it and for making the battery, but where it was not the responsibility of the OEM to give it to the CM. Means CM should have actually used his own molds and dies, but it was provided. But in this case, it was provided by the OEM. Then in that case, when OEM supplies it to the component manufacturer, Can we say then it was not the responsibility of the OEM to supply it to the CM? Still it has done a supply to the CM. Then in that case, can we say it was not the responsibility? It was not the responsibility of OEM to provide it to the CM, but still it has done it. Then they are assuming, okay, the circular is telling that when OEM supplies it to the CM, it will be assumed that it is not done in the course or furtherance of business. Means it was not required to be done in the course or furtherance of business. Still the OEM has supplied it to the CM. So first of all, this transaction is still not a supply. Okay, why? Now it is not even in the course or furtherance of business and there is no consideration also. Okay, but, so this transaction is not a supply. But when OEM had purchased the molds and dies from some outsider, now it cannot take the ITC of that. Why? Because the molds and dies that it is purchasing, it is supplying not in the course or furtherance of business. So it is considered as if it is for personal purpose, as if it is supplying it for personal purpose. So whatever was the input, okay, whatever was the input tax credit on that molds and dies which was purchased by the original equipment manufacturer, on that we have to reverse the ITC. Okay, on that particular purchases, we will have to reverse the ITC. When, ma'am, in which case? When the OEM is providing it to the CM and when it was not the responsibility of the OEM to provide it to the CM. Are you understanding till here? Everyone, manageable till here? Yes, that is given here. So, however, if the contract is such that molds and dies belonging to CM are to be used, means OEM is not responsible for providing it, then in that case, ITC reversal is required to be done. Everyone, manageable till here? Manageable till here? Yes. So I can just simplify it and I can just give you a very small simple conclusion here is, see, whenever OEM is supplying the molds and dies to the component manufacturer for free of cost, then this is never considered as a supply. Please try to understand this. This is not at all considered as a supply. Okay, this is first thing. Okay, second thing is, let's say as per the agreement, it is the responsibility of the OEM. Okay, it is the responsibility of the OEM to provide the molds and dies. Then can we say the OEM will first purchase the molds and dies from someone by paying some consideration. Then the OEM will supply that molds and dies to the component manufacturer for zero consideration. And then the component manufacturer will make the battery out of it and then it will supply it to the original equipment manufacturer for a consideration. This is how the entire transaction flows. Now, if as per the agreement, it was the responsibility of the OEM to provide the molds and dies. Now, see what is going to happen. Now, can I say the OEM, when it is providing the molds and dies to the component manufacturer, it is for zero. So, can we say this transaction is not considered as a supply? Okay, and because this is done in the course or furtherance of business, OEM is not required to reverse the ITC. It can take the ITC of the purchases. It can take the ITC even if there is no tax on the outward supply. Okay, and when the CM is providing the battery to the original equipment manufacturer using that molds and dies, then in that case, the value of molds and dies will not be included. Value will not be included in the value of molds and dies. Okay, value of molds and dies will not be included in the value of battery. Why? Only when it is the responsibility of the supplier to provide something and it was paid by the recipient, only then we have to include. But here it was the responsibility of the recipient itself, so we will not include the value of molds and dies in the value of battery. Okay, next one. If as per the agreement, everyone here, if as per the agreement, if it was the responsibility of whom? If it was the responsibility of component manufacturer to provide the molds and dies. Okay, but it was provided. But provided by whom? But it was provided by the original equipment manufacturer. Then what will happen? Then can we say original equipment manufacturer would have purchased the molds and dies from someone? Yes, original equipment manufacturer would have paid the consideration for that. Now OEM is providing it to the CM when it was not even required to provide, and it has provided it for free of cost to the CM. and then the CM is going to use it for the purpose of battery, and it is going to do the supply of battery to the original equipment manufacturer for some consideration. Now in this case, please try to understand, now in this case, can we say, first of all, this transaction is anyway not considered as a supply when OEM is providing it to the CM for free of cost, and here can we say this is not even in the course or furtherance of business because it was not the responsibility of the OEM to provide for the same. This is not in the course or furtherance of business. Therefore, can I say here the OEM cannot take the ITC. It will have to reverse the ITC. Okay, why ma'am, why it is required to reverse the ITC? Because it is further supplying not in the course or furtherance of business. And then the component manufacturer is later using that molds and dies and making the battery out of it. Okay, now in this case, can we say supply of molds and dies was the responsibility of the supplier? Supply of molds and dies was responsibility of the component manufacturer, but it was actually provided by the OEM. So here the value of molds and dies will be included in the value of battery. So when the CM is going to charge the OEM for the battery, it will also include the molds and dies value with it. I hope now this is very, very clear for you everyone. Yes, manageable till here, doable till here. Okay. So this was all about my molds and dies. Okay, everywhere from all aspects we have discussed about the molds and dies circular, which is coming in 3 places. First, it comes in the supply chapter. Second, it comes in the value of supply chapter, and third, it comes in the ITC. We have taken all of it together and we have consolidated. Yes, everyone, simple, manageable till here. Okay, let's go ahead to the next one, everyone. Next one talks about your ESOP, ESPP, RSUs, which is provided to the employees of a company. Okay, now we already know that whenever a company is providing ESOP to its employees, that is done as per the terms and conditions of the employment. That can be considered as a perquisite also. And we know that perquisites are not liable to GST because it is forming part of the employment contract itself. Okay, and another way to look at it is ESOP, which is provided to the employees, that is in the nature of securities. So on securities is neither considered as supply of goods nor considered as supply of services, right? So in that case, ideally there should be no GST on it. So now there was a clarification in this regard is, let's say there is a company, okay, there is a foreign company situated outside India. That foreign company is having an Indian subsidiary company, and that Indian subsidiary company is having its employees here in India. So can I say, please try to understand this. Okay, foreign company, it is there outside India. Okay, let's say it is there in USA. That foreign company is having an Indian subsidiary here in India, and there are some employees who are working for these Indian subsidiary company. Okay, now the Indian subsidiary company told to the employees that if you stay in the company, let's say for 5 years, and if you fulfill so and so conditions, etc., then you are eligible for ESOP and all those things. So the employees, let's say some employees agreed for that and they exercised the option for the ESOP. Now in this case, can we say the ESOP, okay, the ESOP which is given to the employees of this company is of that foreign company. Okay, the shares which these employees are going to get, this is given by the Indian subsidiary company, but these are the shares of the foreign company because this foreign company is listed. So we are going to give the securities of this company to the employees. So what is going to happen here is this foreign company is going to issue its shares to the Indian subsidiary, and Indian subsidiary is going to allot these shares to the employees. Right? Now for this, please try to understand, for this, can we say, first of all, the stock allotment or the ESOP allotment which is done by the Indian subsidiary company to the employees, can we say this is in the nature of securities? Okay, even if they are paying some discounted price for that, this is in the nature of securities. This is as good as sale of securities by Indian subsidiary to the employees. Okay, so even if it is done for some consideration, there will be no GST on that because this is securities. And secondly, can we say this is also a perquisite which is given by the employer to the employee, and that is the part of employment contract. So on that also there will be no GST applicable. So this part is sorted. This part is sorted. On this part there will be no GST. Now the next question that arises is, when the foreign company gives its shares to the Indian subsidiary is also required to pay for those shares. Now it will also have to pay for the cost of those shares. So if this is done, if the foreign company is giving the shares to the Indian subsidiary and Indian subsidiary is paying the cost of that shares, then can we say this is simply in the nature of reimbursement? Indian subsidiary is going to take the money from the employees and it is going to pass on that money to the foreign holding company. So again, this is in the nature of reimbursement. If this is in the nature of reimbursement, then on that also there will be no GST applicable. Okay, because that is in the nature of what? That is simply in the nature of reimbursement. So whatever consideration is passed on by this Indian subsidiary company after taking it from the employee and then passing on to the foreign company, that will not be considered as a supply. Manageable till here, that will not be considered as a supply because that is purely reimbursement. Acha, but ma'am, what if this foreign company charges something extra? What if this foreign company charges some extra commission, or it is charging some extra markup fee, or it is charging some extra amount because it is allocating its shares to the employees of the subsidiary company? If it is charging any extra consideration, then only on that extra part, yes, GST is going to be applicable. That will be considered as a supply. Okay, ma'am, then that is the supply done by whom to whom? Then can we say that is the supply of services provided by that foreign company to the Indian subsidiary company, for which Indian subsidiary company is required to pay that commission or that markup. Okay, so it will be assumed as if service is provided by foreign company to that Indian subsidiary company and for which it is going to get some commission. Ma'am, on this is GST applicable? Answer is yes. Can I say this is considered as, importation of services and that is considered as a supply as per section number 7(1)(b)? Do you recollect that it will be considered as a supply as per section 7, importation of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business, that will be considered as a supply. So can we say this will be considered as import of services for us, for the Indian subsidiary company? So can we say on this we will have to pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism? Yes, on this the recipient will pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism and then it can take the ITC of the same. Are you understanding this? Yes, so this was all about my ESOP point also. Yes, and the last point here on this page, everyone, which talks about sale of land, leveling, development of land, etc. So we know that sale of land is an immovable property, right? So sale of land is neither considered as supply of goods nor considered as supply of services, and it is specifically covered. It is specifically covered in schedule number 3 that it is not considered as a supply at all. So whenever I am selling land to someone else, on that there is no GST applicable. Okay, now that land can be a barren land, that can be a leveled land, that can be an unleveled land, doesn't matter. Okay, doesn't matter. Whenever I am selling a land to any other person, be it any type of land, okay, maybe that land is having some drainage pipes, it is not having the drainage pipes, it is having the electricity lines, it is not having the electricity lines, it is leveled, it is unleveled, etc. Doesn't matter at all. Okay, doesn't matter at all. That will not be considered. That will not be considered as a supply at all. Manageable till here, everyone. Manageable till here. Okay, but so that is not a that is not a supply of goods, that is not a supply of services. No GST will be applicable on that. Okay, but what if, please try to understand. Okay, Arpita is here. Arpita is selling the land to you. Okay, let's say to Mr. X. I am selling a land to Mr. X. And for that, Arpita has availed the services of leveling from someone. Okay, I have taken leveling services from someone. I did the land leveling and I sold the leveled land to you. Can I say on this leveled land transaction, there will be no GST? Okay, but here someone is providing me leveling services. Can I say on leveling services, GST will be applicable? So when this person is going to charge me for doing the leveling, let's say he's charging 1 lakh rupees for doing the leveling, on that leveling GST is applicable. But on sale of leveled land, there is no GST applicable. Are you understanding this? Everyone, logical till here? Yes, manageable, doable till here? Okay. Fine. So let's continue ahead, everyone. Let's go ahead to the next circular now. Next one is very, very important amongst all the CAFinal students, everyone. Next one talks about agreeing to obligation to refrain from doing an act, to tolerate an act, or to do an act that will be considered. Now listen. If I am charging some consideration for refraining from doing an act, that is for not doing something, I am telling you give me some money, or I am tolerating an act, For that there is a consideration, or for doing an act I'm getting some consideration. So now as per schedule number 2, all these things were considered as supply of services. Okay, normally it is considered as supply of services that was classified by schedule number 2, where we classify whether it is goods or whether it is services. Now in relation to this service, there was a circular which was issued which said that if there is any breach of contract, or if there is any liquidated damages paid, or if there is any law violation or breach of any law for which we have been charged some penalty. Let's say traffic violation is there, for that we have been charged some fine, or for example, if an employee is leaving the contract, okay, employee is leaving the company before his tenure has been completed, like whatever was the agreed tenure, before that he is leaving, and because of that he is required to pay something back to the company, or because we have violated the traffic norms we have to pay something to that traffic police. Okay, or if there was a check dishonor kind of a thing that has happened, for that the bank is charging some penalty or some fees from us. Okay, or let's say I have violated some terms and conditions of a loan agreement, for that the banks, NBFCs are charging some consideration. So now whatever these things which I have told you, breach of contract, liquidated damages, law violations, etc., for that whatever consideration I am paying. See, I know that there is a consideration involved in that, but here can we say there is no supply involved? Means whatever consideration I am paying, let's say the fine which I am paying to the traffic police. Okay, for that the traffic police is not doing any supply to me for which I am paying the fine. Right, so this is just a flow of consideration that is happening from one person to another because there is a violation of condition. Okay, and there was no agreed contract between all of us that I will violate the law and then I will pay you the consideration. So there was no such agreement, there was no such signed agreement between us for all these things, and there is no supply which is done by the other person. Example, check dishonor. So bank is not doing any supply to me for which I am paying the penalty for check dishonor charges, right? So this is merely a flow of consideration, and hence this will not be considered as a supply, and hence there will be no GST applicable on these. Okay, but then the circular clarified that if we are paying some minimum charges for availing some services, or we are making some late fees payment for maybe delayed payment in bill charges, etc. I'll give you an example. Okay, even if I'm not using the electricity, okay, for a particular month, let's say, still I have to pay some minimum charges. That applies for gas bill also, that applies for electricity bill also, that applies for my telephone bill also. Minimum charges I have to pay compulsory. So minimum charges, okay, whatever minimum charges you are paying, because there was a supply which was done by the other person, it's just that I did not avail it. Yes, so that will be considered as a supply, but its taxability will depend upon the principal supply. That is, if the main electricity charges, okay, if main electricity charges is exempt, then even the late bill payment charges will be exempted, minimum charges will be exempted. Okay, but let's say if telephone charges are taxable, and if I have done the late payment of bill, then the late payment bill will be taxable. Okay, minimum charges will be taxable. So here for the late payment fee, surcharge or fees or minimum charges, this will be considered as a supply, but its taxability will depend whether on the principal supply. If principal is taxable, even these will be taxable. If principal is exempted, even these will be exempted. Okay, and the last one is actually a different point altogether, which talks about cancellation charges, or cancellation charges in case of railway tickets, flight tickets, hotel bookings, etc. So whenever we book a railway ticket, okay, and let's say later we cancel the ticket, so railway deducts the cancellation charges from our refund, right? They take some cancellation charges from us, and on that cancellation charges they charge the GST also. Okay, now this circular, now see, this is also, actually there is no supply that is happening here. There is no underlying supply that is going to happen here, because ticket is cancelled, that is done. But still the circular has specifically told here that this has to be considered as a supply. See, I know that there is a difference of opinion between what they had told earlier and what they are telling now. So here, yes, it is a point of difference, but this is what it is as per the circular, that if there is some cancellation charges which is charged by the railways or by the hotels, etc., then that will be considered as a supply. Okay, that will be considered as a supply. Again, that depends on the principal supply. If railway tickets are taxable, then its cancellation charges will also be taxable. If railway tickets are exempted, then its cancellation charges will also be exempted, but this will be considered as a supply. Did you understand this, everyone? Yes, so this cancellation charges, late fee, this will be considered as a supply, and on this GST will be applicable. Just that, will GST apply? Like, will it be a taxable supply? Will it be an exempt supply? That depends upon the principal supply. Manageable till here? Yes. So here, so basically here, normally on breach of contract, liquidated damages, law violation, check dishonor, forfeiture of salary in event of employee leaving the employment before the minimum agreed period, earnest money is that advance money forfeited, penal charges by the regulated entities, that is bank or NBFCs, for loan non-compliance. For all these, okay, if someone is charging this amount from you, that is not considered as a supply. This will be merely considered as a flow of consideration. Okay, because for these generally there is no agreement. Okay, it's not that you have entered into an agreement with the traffic police that if you violate, then he will take the charges from you. It's not that. So this is merely a flow of consideration from one person to another. Yes, and hence on this there is no GST applicable. Then after that, going to the next one, tenancy premium. This I have discussed in the revision video of supply chapter also, and again we are discussing it here. Now, tenancy premium is an extra premium, this is not rent, this is over and above rent. Okay, and this is something which can be charged by the outgoing tenant also, or this can be charged by the owner of the property also. Okay, please understand, tenancy premium, if it is charged by the outgoing tenant, okay, means outgoing tenant is surrendering the tenancy rights for the new tenant who is coming into the property. If something is charged by the old tenant from the new tenant, then please understand, it is always going to be taxable. Okay, always it is going to be taxable. Okay, but when tenancy premium is charged by the owner of the property, okay, from the tenant, means owner is charging rent also and owner is charging tenancy premium also, then in that case also it is going to be taxable, except in case of that residential property. Okay, when a residential house is given on rent for residential purposes to an unregistered person, at that time rent is also exempted, and at the same time the tenancy premium will also be exempted if it is charged by the owner of the property. I hope I'm clear with this, everyone. Yes. Okay. Then after that, the next one was gifts in case of employer and employee. Okay. So if an employer is giving gift to an employee, normally gifts are also considered as perquisites only, and perquisites are part of employment. So generally on that GST is not applicable. Okay. But gift was an exception there. If there is any gift which is given by the employer to the employee, and if the value is up to rupees 50,000 in a year. Okay. Per employee in a year, if the gifts up to 50,000 is given by employer to one employee, then even that is not considered as a supply. But as soon as the gift exceeds, okay, in a year, if the gift value exceeds rupees 50,000, which is given by the employer to the employee, then in that case, the entire amount will be liable to GST. Yes. Then after that, last few circulars which were there in our supply chapter. Now, supply of printed books, pamphlets, brochures, envelopes, annual reports, leaflets, carton boxes, etc. Now, please try to understand. Let's talk about a book. Okay, let's talk about a simple book, a brochure, etc. So let's say I'm the author. Okay, I make the content on the computer. Okay, I convert the content into a printable format. I give it to the printer. Okay, the printer is going to use his own paper. He is going to use his own ink, and I'm just giving him the content. After that, he will use all these things and he will give me the final book. Right? Now, in this case, can I say he is providing me some service? Yes. What service is he providing? Is he selling me the books? Is it a supply of goods, or is he simply providing me printing services? So it is very evident, it is very, very clear. See, content is the main thing here. If he gives me a blank book, that book is of no use. So content is very, very important here. That is one thing. But content is provided by the owner. Content is provided by the author. Okay, so what is he doing? He's simply taking his paper, he's simply taking the ink, and he's printing that content on the paper. So here it was clarified by way of circular what is more important. Okay, what is more important is the content. Okay, your content is very, very important. So he's simply doing here, like, more than the paper and the ink, the content is more important. Okay, so what is he doing? What service is he providing? He is providing the printing services. Right? He is simply printing that content using his paper and the ink. So he is going to charge me for the printing services. That whatever amount he is charging, obviously he will recover the cost of paper also, he will recover the cost of ink also, but primarily from his point of view, if you think what is more important, can we say printing is more important? So here it will be considered as if it is a supply of service. Okay, it will be considered as supply of service. Okay, similarly, if I tell him that I want an envelope printed, and on that envelope, I want my logo to be printed. Okay, no big content. I just told him that on that printed envelope, on that printed boxes, tissue papers, napkins, etc., I just want my logo to be embossed. Domino's or any other restaurant you must have seen, na, they give the tissue paper to the customers, on that their small logo is there. So now imagine I am Domino's. Okay, I go to a printer, I tell to the printer, boss, I want my logo on so and so size of tissue paper. Okay, and the tissue paper also the printer is going to purchase. Okay, I'm just going to provide him with my logo. Okay, paper also he is going to purchase, printing also he is going to do, ink also is going to be of his only. And after doing all that printing, he is going to provide that tissue paper to me. So in this case, the circular clarified that what is more important. Here the logo, the content which I gave, that is not important. Here the paper is more important. Otherwise, what will he give it to me? Right? Similar, just like I told you in the previous one, if I did not give the content, if he gives me a blank book, that will be of no use. So here also tissue paper is more important than printing. So here it was decided that this will be considered as supply of goods. Okay, more than printing, this will be considered as supply of goods. Manageable till here. Yes. Then after that, the next one, where cinema tickets. Okay, movie tickets. Now let's say if I'm booking a movie ticket today on Book My Show app, for example. Okay, then in that case, they give me an option to select the screen, theater, timings and all those things. I will select all that. And after that, they ask me, do you also want to book the food also? Food. So I said, no, I don't want to take the food. I skip that option and I just pay for the movie tickets. If I'm just buying the movie tickets, then that is considered as only movie tickets. There is no food involved in that. Okay, but let's say along with movie tickets, if I opt for samosa, popcorn, etc. also while booking on the Book My Show app itself, then this will be considered as composite supply. Okay, this will be considered as composite supply, where movie service will be considered as the principal supply and food will be considered as ancillary, but both of it taken together will be taxable at the single rate of the principal supply. Right? Acha, what if today I just book for movie tickets and later when I go to theater, I will buy the food separately? Then anyway, it is considered as an individual supply. Then the concept of composite, principal, etc. will not apply at all. Manageable? Yes. Okay. Then after that, the next one is about the incidental services or ancillary services which is provided by the GTA. Okay. Now, Goods Transport Agency, GTA. What is the main work of the GTA? Main work of the GTA is they help us in providing the transportation services. They provide us the transportation services. Okay. That is their main supply. But there are some GTAs who also provide some ancillary services. They will help us in packing the goods, loading the goods, unloading the goods. They will help us in all these things also, which is considered as ancillary supply. So now, if there is some GTA who is providing me some ancillary services, see, it's not that he is providing only ancillary services to me. Along with transportation, he is also providing me some ancillary services. Then this will be considered as a composite supply. Let's say along with transportation, it is providing me loading and unloading services also. Then this will be considered as composite supply, even if it is billed together or even if it is billed separately, doesn't matter. Okay, but along with transportation, if they are providing me loading and unloading services, then this will be considered as composite supply. Okay, there can be a possibility that GTA is giving two invoices to me, one for transportation, one for loading and unloading. Doesn't matter. It will still be considered as a composite supply. But what if it is only providing me transportation service? Then so anyway, it is an individual supply. What if it is only providing me loading and unloading service? Then again, it is an individual supply. But along with transportation, if it is providing me other ancillary services, then it will be considered as a composite supply. Manageable till here? Check. Then after that, going to the next one. Next one talks about bus body building. Okay, activity of bus body building. So normally when we take a particular vehicle, okay, when we take a particular vehicle for its, for putting the covers on that bus, or for, putting, affixing some windows to that particular vehicle, or putting the above cover on that vehicle, etc. Then whenever I take it to a garage, or whenever I take it to a service provider, he is providing me two things. He's going to use some goods also on my vehicle, and he will also do some services on that. Okay, so that depends whether it will be considered a supply of goods or services. It depends as to what is the main work. Okay, if majority of the portion that he is doing is providing goods, then it will be considered a supply of goods. But if major work involves labor only, then that will be considered as supply of services. So here this depends from case to case whether bus body building will be considered a supply of goods or whether it will be considered a supply of services. Yes. Then after that, going to the next one, that is rethreading of old tires. Okay, rethreading of old tires. Now, in very simple words, I will tell it to you. Now, let's say there is a tire. Okay, and now we want to get it rethreaded. Okay, basically, I go to a particular shop and I tell him that please repair my old tire. So he is going to use some of his material. Maybe he will use the rubber, he will use some thread, etc. And he will do the rethreading of tire. So again, normally here it is considered as supply of services. Okay, because I know that he is using some of his goods also for doing that repair, but principally it is considered as supply of services. Most important thing involved there is supply of service. Okay, so normally rethreading of tires is considered as supply of services. Acha, what if I go to the shopkeeper and I tell to the shopkeeper, ask the shopkeeper, do you have an old tire? Okay, instead of doing the rethreading, etc., I will directly purchase the some second-hand tire from you. If I'm purchasing the second-hand tire from him, then that will be considered as what? Then that will be considered as supply of goods. Okay, because that altogether I'm purchasing a new product, kind of a product from him. So that will be considered as supply of goods. Manageable. Okay. Then after that, going to the next one, that is taxability of cost petroleum. Okay, again, I have done a separate video also on this concept of cost petroleum. Still, we will just do it once again. Please try to understand this taxability of cost petroleum. Okay, now let's say I am engaged into extraction of oil, petroleum, and all. I am engaged into extraction of oil. Okay, now I cannot simply start the extraction. I will have to take the government permission for doing the extraction. Okay, for doing the extraction, I will have to take the government permission. So for that purpose, government generally tells us that, okay, there can be some amount of royalty that can be applicable. Government will say that you will have to give me so and so amount of royalty. That is a separate thing. Apart from that, government, many a times, it tells to that extraction company that whatever extraction you are going to do, from that I also want some share. Means apart from royalty, the government is also taking some profit petroleum. You must have heard about this term. The government is also taking some profit petroleum from you. So what about the taxability of that? We are talking about that. Okay, so now let's say I as a oil extraction company, I'm engaged in doing that extraction of oil. So generally, as per the contract, what happens is whatever is the extraction that I have done, okay, whatever output, whatever liters, tons of liters of extraction I have done, from that, okay, some part I will keep aside just to meet my cost. Okay, let's say I have done 1 lakh liters of oil extraction. Okay, from that, let's say I'm keeping 10,000 liters of oil separately. Why am I keeping it separately? So as to meet my cost. Can I say cost of extraction will also be very, very high? So out of 1 lakh liters, 10,000 I have kept it separately. That I am not going to share with the government, because that is the oil which I have kept aside, which I am going to sell to recover my cost. And this 10,000 liters is considered as cost petroleum. Okay, so this cost petroleum is not a consideration. This is not a consideration, so we don't have to think about its taxability at all. This is something which I have extracted and I have kept aside for meeting my own cost. Now, after doing this, I am left with 90,000 liters of oil. Now, let's say I had an agreement with the government that out of this 90,000 liters, 20,000 liters I will have to share with the government, and then I will be left with my 70,000 liters. Okay, so now this 20,000 liters which I am going to share with the government, this is considered as the profit petroleum. Okay, this is considered as profit petroleum, which I have to share it with the government as per the contract, as per the agreement. So the question arised was, what about the taxability of this? See, cost petroleum was the 10,000 liters which I had kept aside to meet my cost. That was not a consideration at all. So forget about its taxability. But this 20,000 liters is a consideration which I am paying to the government. Right? That is called as the profit petroleum, and this circular had clarified that this is going to be totally exempted from GST. On this, there will be no GST applicable. Okay, this will again get repeated when we do the exemptions chapter, but now itself I'm just telling it to you. This profit petroleum, share of profit petroleum that we are sharing with the government, on that there will be no GST applicable. It is going to be totally exempted from GST. Okay, and now the balance 70,000 liters, that is anyway my output. Okay, that I am going to further process it, or maybe I will sell this oil to someone. That is my output. Okay, that is again not considered as a consideration. When I will sell it, at that time GST might be applicable, may or may not be applicable, but as of now there will be no GST applicable on the same. Manageable till year, doable till year. Yes, so cost petroleum, first of all, it is not a consideration. So question of GST does not arise on that. Profit petroleum, share of profit petroleum, which I am sharing with the government, that is a consideration, but on that there is no GST applicable. Yes, check. Then after that, a few more points, everyone here. Chalo, let's continue with the next one, everyone. Next one is talking about priority sector lending certificate. Nothing very important. You must have already studied about it. I'm 100% sure. So priority sector lending certificate, this is not a new concept. This is prevailing since the time VAT and service tax, etc. was there. So since then, priority sector lending certificates, okay, these are basically goods. Okay, these are treated as goods and which are traded between banks. Okay, it is traded on the e-Kuber portal of RBI. It is traded online, and that too it is traded between banks. Okay, and this is such a product on which, it is such a goods on which RCM provisions are applicable. You must have studied this in RCM goods also. So even if a registered person is supplying it to another registered person, still this is taxable under reverse charge mechanism. That is, the recipient is required to pay the tax on this. And on this trading, always IGST is applicable. Okay, we don't have to think interstate. It is always on this IGST is going to be applicable. Yes, so whenever one bank is selling it to another bank, okay, one bank is supplying these certificates to the other bank, the recipient is required to pay the tax on it, and then the recipient can take the ITC also on the same. Okay, so what all things you have to remember here is priority sector lending certificate is considered as goods. Okay, second, it is always considered as interstate supply. Therefore, always IGST will be applicable, and that too reverse charge mechanism is applicable. Okay, this was all about my priority sector lending certificate, right? Acha. Then after that, the next one, that is joint venture cash calls. Okay, this is very, very simple. Joint venture. Okay, now joint venture, if you recollect, joint venture was coming in your supply chapter in that section number 71AA. Okay, do you recollect when there was a supply done by an entity to its members or by member to its entity? Okay, for a consideration, then it will be considered as a supply and they will be considered as two separate persons. Example, a club is providing some services to its members, or a joint venture is providing some services to its members, or members are providing some services to the joint venture. Then members in joint venture are considered as two separate persons, two different persons altogether, and hence any transactions happening between them, which is a supply, will be considered as a supply. Okay, but the transaction related to cash call, okay, example, capital contribution. Now, how does the joint venture operate? How does the joint venture operate? Can we say joint venture works because of the people who have formed the joint venture? Let's say I and you, okay, we both have started a joint venture. Then to start that joint venture, can we say we both have to put some capital also in that? Now, on that capital that we are contributing in that joint venture, will there be any GST applicable, or is that a supply? Is that a supply? Is that a supply or that is not a supply? then this capital contribution is not considered as a supply because this is merely a transaction in money. Okay, but let's say I'm selling, okay, I as one of the partner of the joint venture, I'm selling some asset to the joint venture and then joint venture is paying me the consideration, or vice versa. Joint venture is selling me some asset for which I'm paying some consideration. Now that relates to some supply of goods or services between the member and the joint venture. That will be taxable. That will be at least considered as a supply. Okay, but if there is merely a transaction in money that is happening, I'm contributing the capital now, later at the time of closure of joint venture, I will withdraw that money. Then that is purely a transaction in money and that will not attract the GST at all. Yes? Okay, then after that, the next one. Okay, non-supplies clarified by way of a circular. Non-supplies clarified by way of a circular. Now, this was given again in your supply chapter after schedule number 3. After schedule number 3, this was given. Now, if there is okay, let's say I'm taking this as an example. Okay, let's say this is a conveyance. Okay, this is a conveyance. Let's say this is a bus or this is a truck or something like that. Okay, let's say this is a bus. Okay, and then this bus is moving from one place to another, from one state to another. Interstate movement of this bus is happening between distinct persons. Okay, let's say one branch is in Maharashtra, another branch is in Gujarat. So from Maharashtra to Gujarat, this bus is going to go from one place to another, and this bus is carrying some goods within it, or this truck is carrying some goods within it. So will this be considered as supply of bus? Will this be considered as supply of bus? Am I supplying the bus to my other branch, or I'm just using the bus for doing the transportation of goods? I'm just using the bus for doing the transportation of goods now. So this can be considered as transportation service. Okay, or this can be considered as sale of goods from one distinct person to another. But can this be considered as sale of bus? No, this cannot be considered as sale of bus. This is just an interstate movement. Okay, this is just an interstate movement which is happening from one state to another. That's it. Nothing more. Okay, nothing more. So this will not be considered as a supply of conveyance. Okay, when will you call it as supply of conveyance? Supply of conveyance we will call when I'm selling this bus to another branch. Okay, but I'm just using this bus for doing the transportation, so that will not be considered as supply and therefore it is not leviable to IGST. Okay, similarly, when this bus was moving from one place to another, it had some spare parts, tools, jigs, etc. within it, so that if there is a breakdown of vehicle that is happening, then at least we can do the repair. So, does that mean that I am supplying you those tools? Does that mean that the Maharashtra branch is supplying those tools to the Gujarat branch? Answer is no. Okay, it is just kept inside the bus so that we can use it. So, again, this is not considered as a supply of tools, spares, etc. Yes, so this was given by that circular. And then the last point, I think from the supply chapter, this is the last point which is coming up here. That is a transaction in derivatives, futures, forwards, etc. So it was clarified that derivatives will also be considered as securities only. So if you're dealing in any derivatives, then that is considered at par with dealing in securities, and therefore on that there will be no GST applicable because securities is considered neither as supply of goods nor as supply of services. So there will be no GST applicable on that. Okay, but similarly, now for future contracts, forward contracts also, even those are in the nature of derivatives. So the same concept applies to that also, that even that is considered as a security, so no GST will be applicable. Okay, but when you enter into these contracts, future forward contracts, then there is a contract. This contract comes with a delivery option also. That is, whenever the date is going to come, on that date, will you settle the contract by money or will you take the actual delivery of the goods? So the answer there is, so the question first there is, if we are going to simply settle the derivative transaction in money, okay, means we are going to do a net settlement and we will settle that transaction in money. Then there will be no GST applicable on the same. Okay, because this is a transaction in securities and money. Okay, but if I take the delivery of those goods, okay, at the end of the period, if I take the actual delivery of that underlying commodity on MCX, etc., we can do the trading in derivatives. And if I take the actual delivery of those goods, then in such a case, it will be considered as supply of goods. Okay, it will be considered as supply of goods, and on that GST is going to be applicable. Everyone manageable till here? Yes. So normally when we hear the word derivatives is considered as securities, no GST will be applicable. But in case of future contracts, forward contracts, where the ultimate settlement is going to be done by taking the delivery of that commodity, then it will be considered as supply of goods. Yes. Now, impact, when you do the ITC questions, when you do those big questions, okay, 14-mark questions, you will understand that whenever you get derivatives trading, okay, in your question, please keep this in your mind. See, one thing that will immediately strike to you is derivatives is security, so no GST will be applicable. But when you do the calculation for rule number 42 and rule number 43, everyone, ITC reversals, then you have to do that E by F na. Okay, and in that E by F means you calculate the exempt turnover divided by total turnover. Then are you required to include the securities value in the E and F? Yes. Do you recollect 1% of the security selling price? 1% of the selling price of the security that you have to include in that E and F. So just be careful with that. Okay, this was just an extra point which I thought I should be telling it. Yes, so till year, okay, majority of your circulars are actually lying in the first chapter only. Okay, in the initial chapters itself, majority of your circulars are included. Yes, okay, so this is done, everyone. This is done. Now going ahead to the next part of the circulars. Okay, now we are going ahead to the charge chapter and then we'll go to the exemptions chapter. Yes. Chalo. Now let's go ahead to the next one. The next circular, which talks about services which is provided by director of a company to a company or a body corporate. So we know that every company and body corporate will be having directors in themselves, right? And director provides the services. Okay, now whenever in GST, whenever we think about a supply, that diagram should be very clear in our mind that who is the supplier, who is the recipient. Okay, so director is providing the services to a company or a body corporate. So for that, we have already studied the provisions in RCM chapter that services provided by a director to its company or body corporate in capacity of a director. Okay, in capacity of a director, whenever he is providing any services, then that will be taxable under reverse charge mechanism. So whenever a director is, let's say, providing meeting services for which he is getting some sitting fees, etc., on that the amount is taxable under reverse charge mechanism. That is, the company is liable to pay the GST under reverse charge mechanism. Okay, but what is more important here is any service which is provided by the director in capacity of a director, only those are covered by reverse charge mechanism, not others. Okay, let's say a director is having a property with himself and he is giving that property on rent to his company. Then that is not a service which is required to provide in capacity of a director, right? So for those services, RCM is not applicable. For that, your normal FCM is going to be applicable. Okay, but only those services which are provided in capacity of a director, only for that reverse charge mechanism is applicable. Okay, that is told by this particular circular. Then after that, now going ahead with the other type of with the other circulars here from the exemptions chapter. Okay, many circulars, many small circulars are there, especially in educational services, healthcare services. Mainly in this particular part, you have got some clarification circulars, etc. coming. Yes. So before we go ahead, everyone, are you enjoying the lecture? Yes, is it adding something to your value? Is it adding something to your existing knowledge? Yes, and most important thing is if you are able to recollect, okay, whatever you have already, all these things I'm 100% sure at this point of time you must have already studied. Okay, what is more important is we are just trying to consolidate all these things together at one place. Okay, in one PDF you have got everything. Okay, and at least, see, one thing is it should get added to your knowledge. Another thing is if it is already added to your knowledge, then you should be able to recollect it. Okay, if these two things are happening, then my purpose is fulfilled. Okay, my purpose was to help you to recollect all those circulars, because yes, definitely when we study GST for the first time, or when we revise it also, we do not revise it like circular wise and amendment wise. We do not do it that way, but we do it chapter wise. So we take a particular chapter, everything in that chapter we do it together. So here my purpose was that all the circulars are scattered all over your GST. So let's incorporate all of those together. So I hope this lecture is helpful for you. If this is helpful, if you're liking the lecture, please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and most importantly, please share it with your friends so that maximum students can take benefit of this lecture. Yes? Chalo, without wasting any of your time, everyone, let's go ahead. Let's start with the further circulars. Now, discussing about the educational institutions. Okay, in exemptions chapter, we have studied a lot about the educational institutions. Type 1, Type 2, Type 3 educational institutions and all that. Do you recollect about the Type 3 educational institution? Type 3 educational institution is that educational institution which is providing vocational course, right? Recognized vocational courses, etc. And in that we have studied about the ITIs, Industrial Training Institutes. So there are two types of ITIs. One is private ITI and the next one is government ITIs. So whenever these private ITIs are providing any services in relation to vocational courses, means if they are providing any training in vocational courses in designated trades. Remember that carpentry, repairing, etc., painting, etc. If the private ITIs are providing any vocational courses in respect of designated trades, then even those private ITIs will be considered as Type 3 education institution. And if they are providing any services to students, faculty and staff, then that will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, that point we already know. Now, similarly, so can we say private ITIs are also considered as educational institution if they are providing vocational courses in designated trades? So even they are considered as educational institution. So what if private ITIs are providing the services of conduct of examination? Conduct of examination, if it is done by any educational institute, Type 1, Type 2, Type 3, any educational institute, then it is anyway exempted from GST. And similarly, when someone is providing the services to private ITI in relation to conduct of examination, means inward services of these private ITIs in relation to conduct of examination, even that will be totally exempted from GST. Do you recollect anything in relation to conduct of examination? Outward service also and inward service also by an educational institution will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, that was clarified here. And second thing is government ITIs. Okay, that is whenever a government ITI, just like we have private ITIs, similarly we have government ITIs also. So if there is any services which is provided by government ITIs, okay, government ITIs are providing the services to students, means government ITI is also providing vocational courses for the students, then also it is exempted, but not because of educational institution or education services exemption point. It is exempted because of government services point. You must have studied already about this. Whenever government is providing, central government, state government, local authority, whenever these people are providing services to individuals, non-business entity, then that is anyway exempted from GST. Remember, the first three services provided by government is always taxable, Department of Post and all that. The next one was renting of immovable property. Okay, that service is also always taxable. And other services provided to non-business persons, that is always going to be exempted. So here the government is also providing the services to students. Now they are also non-business entity. So it is going to be exempted under entry number 6. Yes, that was clarified in case of educational service. Now, apart from that, everyone, so if Type 1, Type 2 or Type 3 educational institution, if these are providing any services in relation to conduct of examination, etc., then even that was exempted. And similarly, they had notified the boards, CBSE boards, state boards, ICAI boards, etc. Whenever these boards are charging any fees for conduct of examination, if they are charging any consideration, then even these boards were considered as educational institutions. Do you recollect that? Yes. So now they are telling us here is, so whenever a board is providing services in relation to conduct of examination, that is exempted. But other services provided by these boards. Okay, other services provided by the CBSE board, state board, ICSE board, etc. Like, ma'am, other service means what? Any service like giving accreditation to an institution or to a professional so as to authorize them to provide their respective services. So basically, accreditation services, when it is provided by the boards, okay, then that is going to be taxable. That is not exempted. Okay, see, please try to understand. See, when we talk about type 1 to type 3 educational institution, then services provided by them, that is exempted. Okay, but when we talk about boards, okay, state board, central board, etc., when these boards are providing any services only for conducting examination, only that is exempted. But other services provided by these boards will be fully taxable. Okay, so now if they are providing any accreditation to any institution for which they are charging any accreditation fee or registration fee, such as fee for FMGE, etc., foreign medical graduate examination, for this if they are charging any fee, that is going to be entirely taxable. Okay, so for board, whenever you see the word board, for board, only what is exempted? Services provided by way of conduct of examination, only that is exempted. Rest all the services are going to be taxable. Okay, then after that, two very simple points. Now, Anganwadi. What do you know about Anganwadi? So, Anganwadi, whenever you hear the word Anganwadi is just like a preschool. Okay, it is just like a preschool which is providing education, but it is a non-formal education. Okay, generally Anganwadis you can see in rural areas, in villages, etc. So, Anganwadi is also considered as a type 1 educational institution. It is just considered at par with a preschool. So, whenever Anganwadi is providing outward services, it is to its students, faculty, staff, it will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, and whenever food service, catering service is provided to Anganwadi, means Anganwadi is availing any food services. Okay, it can be from government, it can be from non-government, it can be from any other person, then it is going to be exempted. Do you recollect catering services provided to type 1 educational institution was exempted? Similarly, catering services provided to Anganwadi will also be exempted because Anganwadi is as good as a preschool, it is as good as a type 1 educational institution. Then after that, the next one is about school leaving certificate, migration certificate, etc. Whenever your schooling gets over, you get a certificate called as school leaving certificate. Okay, or whenever you want to change your school, you are required to take the migration certificate and such other certificates from the school. So for that, sometimes the school charges some nominal fee, 10 rupees, 50 rupees, 100 rupees, etc. for giving you these certificates. So the GST on that. What about the GST on that? So the GST on that will be totally exempted. Okay, that is also considered as a service supplied by education institution. So again, it is going to be totally exempted. Service supplied by education institution to its students is totally exempted, right? So this is also going to be exempted. Everyone, manageable till here, doable till here? Yes, okay. Then after that, the next one, that is maritime courses. Okay, for ships, etc. Maritime courses, how to navigate a ship. Okay, how to navigate a ship, how to start a ship, etc., how to do the shipping, etc. For that, there are many maritime courses which are approved by the DG Shipping, Directorate General of Shipping, which are recognized under the Merchant Shipping Act 1958. So whenever you go and you learn about navigation of a ship, okay, whatever fees they charge, on that fees the GST is totally exempted. Why? Why it is totally exempted? Because this maritime training institutes are also considered as educational institutions which are recognized by law. Okay, which are recognized by law. So this any course which is provided by this maritime training institute, these are whatever fees they charge for that course, on that fees the GST is totally exempted. Okay, same applies to flying training courses also. That is, whenever you are learning to fly an aircraft, or whenever you are learning to fly a helicopter or any such thing. Okay, so whenever you are applying for any approved flying training courses which are conducted by the flying training organizations as approved by the DGCA under the Aircraft Act 1934. So whenever they are providing you these flying courses, and whatever fees they charge from you, on that fees also the GST is going to be totally exempted. Okay, manageable. These are recognized by law. Huh? So these are considered as type 2 educational institution. So whatever you have already studied about type 2 educational institutions, same provisions will be applicable year as well. Okay. Then after that, the next one, everyone here, this was a new, like little new entry which was introduced, entry number 66A, which was talking about affiliation services. We studied about accreditation services, that was taxable. Okay, now we are studying about affiliation services, affiliated to, like so and so college is affiliated to so and so university. You must have heard something like that. So when affiliation services are provided by the board, okay, when it is provided by the central board or when it is provided by the state board or council to a school controlled or owned by government or by government entity or by government authority. Okay, only when affiliation services are provided to the schools which are owned by government or government authority or government entity, only at that time the affiliation services will be exempted, or at all the other times it is going to be taxable. So when affiliation services are provided to some private school, it is going to be taxable. When affiliation services are provided to some colleges by to some universities, let's say Mumbai University is providing affiliation services to Podar College, then in that case again it is going to be taxable. Only when it is provided by board, okay, only when it is provided by board to school which is controlled or owned by government or government entity or government authority, at that time it is going to be accepted. Rest at all the places it is going to be taxable. Manageable till here? Okay. Then after that, we have got a few more exemptions, clarifications in relation to exemptions for entry number 3 and entry number 3, that is related to government. Okay, do you recollect supply of services to pure labor, supply of services to government in relation to functions entrusted to panchayat and municipality will be totally exempted from GST. Similarly, composite supply of goods and services. Composite supply, do you recollect? Composite supply of goods and services to government in relation to functions entrusted to panchayat and municipality will be exempted, provided the proportion of goods does not exceed 25% of the entire contract. Then it is going to be totally exempted. So we have got a few clarification in relation to that. Can we start? Now, the first one here is about the ambulance services. Okay, now ambulance services, generally the government wants to give the ambulance services to the general public, right? Because it is a function which is entrusted to the government by panchayat or municipal. By other articles of the constitution, it is a function which is entrusted to panchayat or municipality. Okay, now government does not directly provide it to the public, but government appoints a private service provider, and that private service provider provides it to the general public on behalf of the government. So ultimately government wants to provide it to the public. For that the government appoints a middleman, and that middleman provides the services to the general public on behalf of the government. Okay, consideration is paid by whom to whom? Consideration is paid by the government to that private service provider. So can we say that private service provider is providing the services to government? Okay, for which the government is going to pay the consideration to this private service provider, and this is considered as a supply of service. And that too, can we say we are providing services to the government? We are providing pure labor. Let's say we are just providing ambulance services to the government in relation to a function which is entrusted to panchayat or municipality. So whatever consideration we are going to get from the government, that is going to be totally exempted from GST under entry number 3. Yes, this is a pure service which is provided to the government in relation to function entrusted to panchayat or municipality. Okay, that is given in the first point of clarification here, that is ambulance services. Okay, similarly the next point. Okay, whenever we are providing any milling services, milling of wheat into flour or paddy into rice, whenever we are providing these services to the government, okay, I am providing these services to the state government. I am helping the state government in doing the milling of wheat into flour or paddy into rice. Why am I providing these services to the government? Because government wants to do public distribution of that flour or of that rice, etc. Government wants to do the public distribution to the general public. Now, when I am providing, okay, let's say I am providing only labor services to the state government. Can we say again it is going to be exempted under entry number 3? Because this is again in relation to central government is not consuming it for itself. Central government is also going to give it as under PDS, public distribution system. So when I am providing these services to the state government, even that is going to be totally exempted from GST because it is in relation to the functions entrusted to panchayat or municipality as per the constitution. Okay. Achha, similarly, if I am providing miling services to the state government also, and along with that, I am providing some goods also to the government. Maybe I am mixing some minerals in that. I am providing some packing material to the government. Means I am doing a composite supply to the state government of goods as well as services. And if the proportion of goods does not exceed 25%, then also it is going to be totally exempted from GST. Means whatever consideration I am going to get from the state government, okay, whatever consideration I am going to get from the state government, even that is going to be totally exempted from GST. Then similarly, next one, if we are providing any sanitation and conservancy services to army personnel or to other government departments, okay, then just like local authority provides it for the public, similarly, if we are providing those services to the army personnel or to government departments, etc., then in such case, again it is going to be exempted from GST. So if we are providing it to government or if we are providing it to army personnel, again it is going to be totally exempted from GST because again it is such a service which is entrusted to the, it is such a function which is entrusted to municipality or panchayat. Okay, then after that, again, if I am providing any services by way of horticulture, okay, maintenance of gardens, etc., if I am providing those services to the government, okay, if I am providing these services to the public works department, you must have heard na, PWD. So if I am providing those services to the government, that is I am helping the government maintain the government gardens, government playgrounds, etc., then even that will be totally exempted from GST under entry number 3 or 3A. Entry number 3 means if I am providing pure labor services, it will be totally exempted. If I am providing goods plus labor and if the proportion of goods does not exceed 25%, again it is going to be totally exempted from GST. Yes? Okay. Then after that, the next 2 points. Okay, next 2 points are very, very simple. It simply talks about government authority. Okay, so now RERA. Okay, this RERA authority, you must have heard about it. RERA authority. What is the function of RERA authority? The function of RERA authority is to regulate real estate development, construction of building, to keep an eye on the builders, etc. That is the work of the RERA. So RERA is considered, it was clarified by way of a circular that RERA is considered as a governmental authority, and whatever benefits are available, whatever exemptions are available to a governmental authority, same exemptions will be available to RERA also, because RERA is also considered as a governmental authority. Okay, similarly, DMFTs. Okay, DMFTs, that is District Mineral Foundation Trust. District Mineral Foundation Trust. Okay, these are nothing but the trusts which are set up by the state government for the areas which are affected by the mining activities. Okay, the place where mining activities, etc., happen, there, many things get affected in that area, like how to provide education to those children, how to keep the environment clean, how to provide them clean drinking water, etc. So for this purpose, DMFTs are set up by the state government in those areas where mining takes place, or the people who are affected by mining, for their welfare, these DMFTs are established. So it was clarified that this DMFT is also considered as a governmental authority. Okay, so whatever benefits, whatever exemptions are available to government authority, same exemptions will be available to RERA also, same exemptions will be available to DMFTs also. Are you understanding this? Yes? Okay, okay. Then after that, acha, do you want me to tell you what exemptions are provided by, what exemptions are provided to governmental authority? Yes, I'll just show it to you. I have got the notes available with me, everyone. See this, 1 minute. I'll just show it to you so that you will understand the entire chart of that government authority, government entity and its related exemption. Please try to understand this. 1 second. We had done it in our practice batch also, and we had done it in our regular batch also. I have got the table with me. Just give me a minute. I'll just show it to you. 1 second. See this, here it is, everyone. Please try to understand. This is just a small summary of government authority, government and government entity. Okay, so now see this. Here in between you have got the government authority. So if government authority is providing any services, okay, any services, but in relation to panchayat or municipality, it is going to be always exempted. Okay, and when we are providing services to government authority, then 5 services are going to be exempted. That sanitation and conservancy services and all those five services are going to be totally exempted. 5 services provided to government authorities totally exempted. Ma'am, which 5 services? WP triple S. I don't know if you know this or not. That's slum redevelopment and all that. See this, here it is. Services provided to government authority by way of water supply, public health, sanitation conservancy, solid waste management and slum improvement and upgradation. When we provide these 5 services to governmental authority, it is going to be exempted. And when governmental authority is providing any services in relation to panchayat and municipality functions, it is going to be exempted. So now in governmental authority, or RERA and DMFT is also included. So when RERA and DMFT is providing these services in relation to panchayat and municipality functions, all of those services will be totally exempted. Okay, then talking about government. When government is providing any services in relation to panchayat or municipality, it is not considered as a supply. Okay, it is not considered as a supply as per the supply chapter. And when we provide any services to the government, okay, entry number 3 and entry number 3A. Entry number 3, when we provide pure labor services to government, or when we provide composite services to the government, then it is going to be exempted, provided it should be everywhere, it should be in relation to panchayat and municipality functions only. Okay, then government entity. Why is government entity formed? Government entity is formed by the government to do the work which is entrusted by the government. So when government entity is providing any services to the government, it is going to be totally exempted. Okay, for that they get some grants in return. On that grants there is no GST applicable. Okay, rest everything, any inward supply of government entity will be fully taxable. Outward supply is exempted, inward supply is going to be taxable. Okay, so here basically we were talking about government authority. Any outward services provided by government authority in relation to function entrusted to panchayat or municipality is anyway exempted, right? So here what did we study here? What did we study here was DMFTs and RERA are considered as government authority, and if they are considered as government authority, any services provided by government authority in relation to municipality or panchayat functions, this is going to be totally exempted. And 5 inward services, WP triple S, that is going to be fully exempted, right? Rest everything is going to be taxable. WP triple S, water supply, public health, sanitation conservancy, solid waste management, slum improvement and upgradation. Manageable everyone here? Yes? Okay. Then after that, going ahead to the next circular, everyone. A few more circulars are there in your exemptions chapter. Please try to understand here. Now, this was a very nice circular and 2025 circular that we provided. Okay, we provided. I'll just make the diagram here. See if you can understand. Okay, I provided certain services relating to repairs and maintenance to the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. Okay, to the Delhi Municipal Corporation, which is the local authority. To that, I have provided some repair services. So the question that arises here is, will this be exempted under entry number 3 or 3A? See, I am providing services to the government. This is not government authority or government entity. This is government. Okay. So what did we study is, when I am providing either pure labor services to the government, or if I am providing composite supply of services to the government, it will be exempted provided it is in relation to panchayat or municipality functions. But in this case, can I say, please try to understand, can I say I am providing repair services to the Municipal Corporation of Delhi for repair of its own building? Means the government is not going to use it for the general public. Here I am providing the services to the Municipal Corporation building of the Delhi government. So in that case, it was clarified that, boss, this is not in relation to panchayat or municipality functions. This is not going to benefit the ultimate public. So whatever services you are providing here to the government, this is going to be entirely taxable. This is not going to be exempted. Manageable till here? Yes, that was given in this particular circular. Okay, then after that, the next point, which was talking about, this was a circular, which was this was a clarification basically in case of passenger transportation services. Do you recollect about passenger transportation, stage carriage and all that? Yes. So one was contract carriage and the next one was stage carriage. So whenever we were talking about this contract carriage or stage carriage, was it about hiring services or was it about passenger transportation services? What was exempted from GST? So can I say passenger transportation services was exempted from GST. Hiring of vehicle for transportation was not at all exempted. Okay, that was taxable only. So now here, whenever a company, okay, whenever an employer is hiring a vehicle for transportation of its employees from one place to another, okay, the company, let's say L&T, okay, Larsen and Toubro company is hiring a bus for transportation of its employees from office to home and home to office. For that, are they availing passenger transportation services or are they taking vehicle on hire? They are taking vehicle on hire. Okay, means I am taking a vehicle on hire, my driver will drive it, they will pick up the employees and they will then drop the employees and again do the same. So this is not passenger transportation services. Okay, this is normal hiring services. So will that exemption be available here? No, that exemption will not be available here because that exemption was available to passenger transportation services and it is not available to hiring. See, there is a difference. In passenger transportation services, it's just like we pay for the ticket price. That is passenger transportation services. And hiring of vehicle is, we are taking the entire vehicle on hire and we will use it as per in the way we want to use it, on the route where we want to drive it, etc. So hiring of vehicle is going to be entirely taxable. Am I clear with this, everyone? Yes. Okay, then after that, the next one is transportation of minerals. This is also a very nice point. Okay, very nice point. Now, let's say my mining of some minerals was going on in a particular area. Let's say in this particular area, the mining was going on. So what I wanted to do was, after the mining was done, I wanted to transport the minerals from the mining area to some other area. Okay, to some other place, I wanted to just transport it. So for that purpose, I hired, okay, I took a particular vehicle, maybe a dumper kind of a thing. I took a particular vehicle with an operator. Okay, maybe a crane I have taken or maybe a dumper I have taken, so that, and along with a person who can drive it. Okay, so that I can transport my minerals from one place to another. So now, what will this be considered? Like, will this be taxable? Will this be exempted or what? Like, the question that arose was, will this be considered as a GTA service? Is this a transportation service that operator is providing it to me? The answer is no. This is not a transportation service. It is not his business to do the transportation from one place to another. This is simply renting of a dumper. This is simply renting of a vehicle along with the operator. So this will not be considered as a GTA service and no benefit of GTA service will be available. This will be simply considered as a transportation, renting of vehicle service. okay, where I have taken a dumper or a truck, etc. on rent along with the operator. This will not be considered, okay, this cannot be considered as a GTA service. Are you understanding this? Okay. Then after that, the next one is again very simple. Please try to understand. So let's say, for example, I'll just write it here. Let's say, for example, there is a shopkeeper. Okay, let's say, for example, there is a shopkeeper who has sold me some goods. There is a shopkeeper who has sold me some goods. Okay, and this shopkeeper is telling me that, Arpita, if you do a delay in payment, okay, if there is any delay in payment for these goods, then he is going to charge interest along with that. So what is the main work of the shopkeeper? Main work of the shopkeeper is to sell the goods to me and to collect the payment from me. And if there is a delay from my side to pay for these, then he is going to charge the interest. Now here the question that arises is, will this interest form part of the value? If there is a delay, then obviously is going to charge some interest. Will this interest form part of the value of goods? Answer is yes. Okay, as per your section number 15.2 also, this interest is going to form part of my value, and this will be considered as a composite supply now. Right? This will be considered as a composite supply. Basically, the intention of the shopkeeper was not only to charge interest, but to charge the consideration for mainly for the goods. Okay, now this is one thing. So here can I say interest will be taxable? Interest will be taxable at the same rate at which the goods are taxable, because this is a composite supply. Okay, now let's say, for example, I went to a shopkeeper and I told to that particular shopkeeper, sir, I need these goods. So shopkeeper says that, okay, you can purchase these goods, let's say, for example, for 1 lakh. Then I told to the shopkeeper, sir, can I get some EMI facility for these goods? So shopkeeper said that I have a tie-up with Bajaj Finance. Okay, shopkeeper sends me to the person of Bajaj Finance, and shopkeeper tells me you can go to that particular person and you can talk for EMI. Okay, we do not give any EMI. If you want EMI, we have a tie-up with Bajaj Finance. You can go get the EMI from there. Now in this case, can I say to this Bajaj Finance, I am required to pay interest on the EMI? On the EMI portion will include the interest. So now the question that arises is, will this interest be added to the value of goods? The answer is no. Here the interest will not be added to the value of goods, because shopkeeper to me is only one transaction, that is supply of goods. And can I say interest is such a consideration which is charged by Bajaj Finance because it is providing me EMI facility. And hence, can I say this is purely only interest transaction? There is no composite supply. Can I say this is an individual supply of giving of loans, advances and deposits, for which it is going to charge the interest from me, and hence this interest is going to be exempted. Do you recollect, interest on loans, advances and deposits is anyway exempted. So this is going to be exempted. I hope you understood the difference between both the transactions, everyone. Yes. Okay. This was this circular. Then after that, going to the next one, which was talking about this Bhim UPI transactions. Okay, so now sometime back, the government, like since many years actually, government is trying to promote digital payments. Okay, now we are we are such a country where, you know, even if you want to do a payment of 5 rupee, 10 rupee, you can simply scan the QR code, you can use the UPI and you can do the payment. So government said that we want to make it a digital India. Right, and so the government started promoting, okay, more and more UPI transactions should be there, more and more Bhim UPI. For that, the government also launched the Bhim UPI concept. So Bhim UPI transaction should be done. Government also released this RuPay debit cards, etc. So government said that, okay, that if I'll give you my example. Okay, if a student comes to my website and if he purchases some particular product, okay, let's say he comes to the website of Arpita Tulsyan, he purchases some product from my website. Okay, for that, the student does the payment to my payment aggregator. Okay, let's say my payment aggregator is Razorpay. So the student does the payment to Razorpay and Razorpay transfers that payment to me in 1 or 2 days. Okay, now supply is done by Arpita to the student. Payment is also done by student to Arpita, but it is done through Razorpay. for which the Razorpay takes some charges from me because it is helping me to collect the payment from the student. Na? So from that, it takes some charges. So if you are paying me, let's say for example, if you are paying me 1000 rupees, I do not get full 1000 rupees. I will, let's say, get 990 rupees or something like that. This is what Razorpay pays to me. So basically 10 rupees that it is keeping in between, that is the commission, or you can call it as a payment aggregator charges. Now, what did the government say was that if these people, okay, if the customers use RuPay debit cards for the purpose of doing the payment, or if they use Bhim UPI for doing the payments, and if the value of transaction amount payment that you're doing is up to rupees 2000, means the value of transaction, the swipe amount or the payment amount in a single transaction, if it is up to rupees 2000, okay, if it is up to rupees 2000, then in such cases, Razorpay cannot collect any charges from me. Okay, Razorpay cannot collect any charges from me. Means if the student is paying me 1000 rupees by RuPay debit card or Bhim UPI, then Razorpay is also required to pay me entire 1000 rupees only. So can I say this is very good for me? Okay, but can I say this is adverse for Razorpay? Why it is adverse for Razorpay? Because it is not getting any commission. It is working for me, but it is not getting any commission. So Razorpay said that, sir, how will this work? How will we as companies work? So government said that don't worry, we will compensate you by way of subsidies. Means government was giving subsidy to Razorpay, that whatever loss you will get, you will face, for that we will compensate it to you, right? For this purpose. Now, it was clarified here that whatever subsidy is paid by government to Razorpay, that subsidy is anyway, government subsidy is anyway not a consideration. So on that subsidy, there will be no GST applicable. Everyone, did you understand this? On this subsidy, there will be no GST applicable. Did you understand the entire transaction here? Okay. So that is my point number 35 here. Then after that, going ahead, okay, last point. I think this is the last point from your exemptions part. Point number 36, which talks about loan granted between related persons or by an overseas affiliate. Okay, now let's say if there is a related person who is providing loan to some other related person, or let's say there is an outside India entity which is providing loan to a domestic entity in India. Then in such cases, will there be any processing fees? Will there be any loan processing fee, administration fee, etc.? Will there be any such fee applicable? See, imagine now I want to take a loan. Okay, I can either go to my bank and then I can ask for a loan. For that, there will be loan processing charges and all that. Or alternatively, I am taking loan from my related person, or I am taking loan from my entity, my own other entity which is situated outside India. In that case, there will be no processing charges. They will charge interest from me, but there will be no loan processing charges, etc. So in that case, please don't deem that there should be some loan processing charges. Okay, don't by default deem that 10,000 rupees is the loan processing charges. No, whenever you take it from your related person or whenever you take it from your other entity, then there will be no consideration in the nature of processing fee or administration charges. There will be consideration only in the nature of interest or discount, and that interest or discount is anyway exempted from GST. Are you understanding this? Acha, but by chance, what if that entity is actually charging some loan processing fee? Okay, normally loan processing fees are charged by the banks, NBFCs, etc. But what if my related person is charging along with interest, if it is charging some loan processing charges? Then to nothing doing, then the GST will be applicable on the. Are you understanding this, everyone? So if there is no loan processing fee, don't deem anything. But if there is actually some loan processing fee, then GST will be applicable on the same. Everyone, doable till here, manageable till here? Yes, almost half of the circulars are done till here. Everyone, till here we have just reached the exemptions chapter. We have just reached the exemptions chapter. Everyone, doable, manageable? Yes. Okay. So then, let's start with the circulars of the next chapter, that is place of supply. Yes, place of supply is such a chapter which is full of circulars. Yes. Okay, so starting with the first one. So whenever first circular, which simply says that whenever the goods are supplied to unregistered persons, B2C, and that too through e-commerce, through Amazon, Flipkart, etc., whenever the goods are supplied to an unregistered person, then in that case, what will be the place of supply? Normally, the place of supply is the location of the recipient, okay, the billing address of the recipient. Normally, that is considered as the place of supply. But if at all the billing address and delivery addresses are different, means let's say I've created an account on Amazon, I've given my address of Mumbai, Maharashtra, but now I want to get a particular product delivered to Chennai. That is possible on Amazon. Then in that case, if billing address and delivery address is different, then the supplier, okay, the one who is supplying me the goods, he can record the delivery address as my address on the invoice, and then the delivery address, okay, that delivery address, not the billing address, then the delivery address, if it is recorded on the invoice, then that delivery address will be considered as the place of supply. Okay, you have many questions. You have many questions based on this. Yes, please watch the Power Pack question video also. I have put it on YouTube. Power Pack questions video. For many chapters, I have already done it. So in that, many adjustments from each chapters are covered so that it will help you to remember the provisions nicely, apply the provisions nicely. Okay, then the next circular talks about online services provided to unregistered recipient. Okay, now we know that whenever there is a B2B supply that is happening. Okay, in B2B, can we say we have to prepare a proper invoice? Okay, and in that the name of the recipient, address of the recipient, GSTIN of the recipient, everything should be there in the invoice. Okay, but when we do a B2C supply, for B2C supply, we know that if the value of invoice is less than rupees 50,000, then in that case, even if you don't write the name, address in the invoice, that is absolutely all right. Anyway, it is B2C, the other person will not be able to take the credit of the same. Okay, but if the value of invoice is more than or equal to 50,000 rupees, then you have to at least write the name and state of the recipient compulsorily. Okay, so in that regards only they are telling, what if we have done we have provided some online services, and that too it is B2C. See, if it is B2C, we know if the value of invoice does not exceed rupees 50,000, means if it is less than rupees 50,000, then even if you don't write the name and address of the recipient, that is absolutely all right. Okay, but in case of three services, okay, one was your online services, any online services, digital services, or in case of online money gaming, and in case of OIDR services. Can you see this? Online or digital services, OIDR services, and online money gaming. For these three, okay, whenever you are issuing the invoice to your customer who is unregistered, irrespective of the value of invoice, you have to compulsorily write the name and address of that recipient compulsorily on the invoice. Okay, name of the recipient should be there, and in address, even if you just write the name of the state, that much is sufficient, but you have to compulsorily write the name of the state, okay, irrespective of the value of supply. For B2C, this becomes compulsory. Normal B2C, this becomes compulsory only when the invoice value is more than or equal to 50,000. But for these three services, or for these three supplies, irrespective of the value of invoice, you have to write the name of the recipient and name of the state of the recipient compulsory. Okay, this was one of the circulars. Same circular gets repeated in your tax invoices chapter. Then after that, two more circulars in relation to domestic transactions in case of place of supply. Now, do you recollect about immovable property related services? Okay, immovable property related services, hotel given on rent for any conference, etc. Yes. So now we know that there is a supplier. Okay, please try to understand. Let's say there is a supplier which is a hotel. Okay, and that hotel is providing its premises on rent to a company. Okay, the recipient is a company, and let's say it is situated in SEZ. Okay, it is a company which is situated in SEZ. This hotel is actually situated in Maharashtra. This SEZ company is also situated in Maharashtra, and that hotel is also situated in Maharashtra. Okay, so now we know that if the hotel has provided one of its hall for the purpose of conference to this SEZ company, then the place of supply for this will be determined as per section number 12.3, that is services in relation to immovable property, and for that the place of supply is going to be the location of immovable property. So can I say location of immovable property is going to be Maharashtra only? So location of supplier is also Maharashtra, place of supply is also Maharashtra. So ideally, as per this concept, this should be a intrastate supply. CGST, SGST should be applicable here. Okay, but now look at a broader picture. Look at a broader picture. Can we say here the supplier is a hotel and the recipient is a SEZ? So can we say we are doing some supply to a SEZ? We are doing a supply to a SEZ, and as per section number 7 of the IGST Act, any supplies done to a SEZ will always be considered as interstate supply. SEZ, even if it is situated in India, it is deemed as if it is situated outside India. So supply done to a SEZ is always considered as interstate. So now can we say there is a clash between section number 12.3 of the IGST Act and section number 7 of the IGST Act. As per section 12.3, this becomes an intrastate supply, and as per section number 7, this becomes a interstate supply. So ma'am, what should we assume? So it was clarified that specific provisions will always override the general provisions. If specific provisions are overriding the general one, then can we say SEZ provisions are the specific provisions? So here it was clarified that it will be considered as a interstate supply. Yes, this was considered as an interstate supply. That was clarified in this particular circular. Manageable till here? Yes. And then the next circular, last circular in case of place of supply, domestic transactions. Then after this, we'll move on to the international transactions. Now we are going on to the domestic supply. Please try to understand. Last circular in case of domestic supply. Okay. Now this was place of supply of services in case of advertisement sector. Okay, now let's say, for example, there is an advertisement company. Okay, there is an advertisement company. I approached that advertisement company and I told that advertisement company, I want to put my hoarding. Okay, I want to put my hoarding at Marine Drive, Mumbai. Okay, I am the customer. I went to the advertisement company. I told him I want to put my hoarding on the Marine Drive, near the Marine Drive I want to put. Advertisement company said, okay, no problem, we will do the needful. So advertisement company went and approached a particular hotel. Okay, let's say it approached a hotel called as Hotel Trident. Okay, which is near Marine Drive, for example. Okay, so now what happened here was, I approached the advertisement company. I told it that I want to put a hoarding. Okay, advertisement company said, okay. For that, the advertisement company went and approached the Trident Hotel and it told to the Trident Hotel that on your terrace, I want to put a big hoarding for my customer. So Trident Hotel said that, okay, we generally give our terrace on rent for putting that hoarding. We will provide you the space on our terrace to put the hoarding. Now can we say for this there are two contracts. One contract is where Trident is going to provide the service to advertisement company, and second contract is where the advertisement company is going to provide the service to the customer. These two are two separate contracts. Okay, customer is not dealing with Hotel Trident directly. So now, how will the place of supply be determined for the first contract? So can we say here Trident Hotel is providing the space to advertisement company for putting the hoarding of its client or customer. So this will be in relation to immovable property. So place of supply will be determined as per section number 12.3. That is, the place of supply will be the location of immovable property. The place where the hoarding is going to be put, that will be considered as the place of supply. Manageable till here? This is one thing. And second one, advertisement companies providing advertisement services to the customer. How will we determine the place of supply? So can we say advertisement services will be covered by the by default provisions under section 12.2. See, advertisement services provided to government, that is covered under section 12.14, that is a specific. But here, this is a normal customer, this is not government. So for this, the place of supply will be determined as per section number 12.2. Did you understand this, everyone? Yes. Now, another way in which this contract can be entered into is, let's say there is an advertisement company. Okay, let's say there is an advertisement company and let's say there is a customer. Okay, customer went to the advertisement company and told that, sir, I want to do the advertisement. Okay, now I want to put the advertisement near that Trident Hotel. So advertisement company went to the Hotel Trident and it told to Hotel Trident that my customer wants to put the advertisement in your hotel. Then in such a case, what did Trident Hotel say that, okay, I'm ready to give you my space also. Okay, I'm ready to provide you my space also. Plus, we will only print the hoardings. Okay, and we will only affix the hoardings. We will affix the entire poster on the hoardings. Means Hotel Trident is doing everything. They are not only providing me the space, they are also providing me advertisement services. Okay, they are providing through advertisement company, but this is how it goes. So now here, again, there are two contracts. First one is Trident Hotel is doing everything for the advertisement company, and advertisement company is going to charge something from the customer because it is taking the efforts in between. So now how will the place of supply be determined for the first contract? So now this is not merely supply of space. Can we say it is supplying the space also, and plus it is arranging for the hoardings also? So it will be assumed as if Trident Hotel is providing the advertisement service. And advertisement company for the second contract, anyway, it is providing advertisement services to the customer. So in both the cases, the place of supply will be determined as per the by default provisions, that is section number 12(2). Did you understand the difference? Yes, in the previous one, Trident was just giving us the space. It was just giving us the space. Hence, it was in relation to immovable property. Now it is giving the space also, and now it is going to put the hoarding also. Everything will be ready for us. So it is considered as advertisement service. Manageable till here? Okay. So with this, my place of supply, domestic transactions are altogether done. Now can we go ahead, everyone, to the last part of place of supply? Yes. Chalo, let's continue ahead, everyone, with the next circular. Now, international transactions related circulars in the place of supply chapter. Now the next circular, this is quite an old circular, but since we are covering almost everything, so let's cover this also. Now here they are talking about cargo handling services which is provided by ports. Okay, now in the custom port area or any particular port, okay, where goods comes and goods are getting loaded, unloaded, movement of goods, etc. are happening, then the ports provide you these services of loading, unloading, etc. So there was a confusion that ports allow you to store the goods for some time, maybe few days till the time you complete all the procedures, etc. Ports allow you to store the goods there, then they help you for loading, unloading. So is this a service in relation to immovable property? The doubt arised was, will this be considered as a service in relation to renting of immovable property or providing the port on rent, or this is some other service? So it was clarified by way of this circular that this is just an ancillary service which is provided by the port. It is not the work of the port to give you the port on rent or the port premise on rent. Okay, so whatever ancillary services which are provided by the port to you, that will be considered as ancillary services, and the place of supply will be determined as per the by default provision. Means if it is a domestic transaction, the place of supply will be determined as per section number 12(2), and if it is an international transaction, then the place of supply will be determined as per section number 13(2). But please do not take it as immovable property related services. Okay, that was clarified by this particular circular. Then after that, going to the next one, we have studied this in relation to section number 13(3). Okay, we studied about this particular note when we were doing section number 13(3). 13(3) was performance-based services. Okay, performance-based services means, let's say you are importing some goods, on that you are performing some services and then you are exporting it. After putting it to use in India or without putting it to use in India, you had multiple cases, multiple options available there. So similarly, there was a note that was given there that suppose if you are, okay, suppose if there are some diamonds which you have imported it from the other country, okay, some diamonds are there, raw diamonds are there which you have imported it from the other country, and you are doing cutting and polishing activity on that diamonds in India. Okay, physical presence of the goods is required. So you imported the diamonds, you are doing the cutting and polishing of the diamond, and without putting it to any use in India, you are sending it back to the other country. Then in that case, the place of supply will not be determined as per section number 13(3). It will be determined as per section number 13(2). Okay, specific circular was issued for this, provided these are not put to any other use in India. Okay, if they are put to use in India after doing that, then in that case 13(3) applies. But if it is not put to use in India and directly it is exported, then the place of supply will be determined as per section number 13(2). I hope I am clear till here, everyone. Yes. Okay, then after that, the next one. See what is the next one, everyone. Next one talks about the software services or designing services in ESDM industry, the semiconductor industry, etc. Now, please try to understand here the supplier, okay, the one who is supplying the services, that person is situated here in India and the recipient is situated outside India. Okay, now what service am I providing to the other person is, the other person has given me some hardware. Okay, the person who is there outside India, that person has given me some hardware, and using that sample hardware, I am required to do some designing, or I am required to prepare a software. Okay, I am required to design a software for his hardware. This is the service that I am required to provide to that particular person. So my work is only software designing services for that particular person. I provided those services. So software designing is normally not covered anywhere. So for software designing services, we know that the place of supply will be determined as per the by default provisions, that is section number 13.2. But what happened was, the client specifically requested me that, Arpita, after doing the software designing, can you also do the testing services on my hardware? Can you also test whether your software is working on this hardware or not? I said, okay, fine. I will do the testing for you specifically, but my work was only software designing. So now when that person is asking me to do the testing also, means now I will have to do the testing on that hardware. So is it a performance based service? Am I required to do some services on that hardware? Answer is no. That is only ancillary. What was my main service? My main service was software designing. So the place of supply will be determined as per section number 13.2 and not as per section number 13.3, because doing the testing on that hardware, okay, doing the testing of that software into the hardware, that is just an ancillary service. That was not my main service. So the place of supply will be determined as per the by default provision for software designing, that is under section number 13. Manageable? Okay. Then after that, the next clarification was just in relation to intermediary services. That is when intermediary services will become applicable, and like when are we going to determine the place of supply for intermediary services. So first of all, whenever we talk about intermediary services, there are three people in the picture. Two main people are there. One main supplier is there, one main recipient is there, and in between you have got the intermediary, the one who facilitates the transaction between the two people. Okay, so there should be three parties. First condition is there should be three parties in the picture, and there will be two different supplies. Okay, one supply will be between the two principals. Okay, main supply will be between the two principals, and then second supply is going to be between the principal and the agent. Okay, so this way there are going to be two supplies. Acha, the intermediary who is there in between, he is just like an agent. Okay, he is just like an agent. Acha, intermediary is such a person who is not doing the transaction on his own account. He is not going to issue the invoice on his own name. He is just going to facilitate the transaction between two people. That person will be called as an intermediary. Okay, and then subcontracting is not intermediary. See, in case of intermediary, he does not enter into, he does not, interfere between the main two principals. He will simply take his commission. He will connect two parties, he will take his commission. But subcontracting is altogether different. Subcontracting is just like your main supply. Right? And the last one, the specific provision of place of supply of intermediary services under section number 13 shall be invoked only when. Okay, so intermediary services. Okay, how will we find out the place of supply, or when will you use the provisions of intermediary services for determining the place of supply? When either the agent or one of the principal, if any one of the person is in India and one of the person is outside India, then you will use the provisions of intermediary services to determine the place of supply under section number 13.8 or under section number 13.2. I will tell you about this 13.8 and 13.2, but you must have heard about intermediary services. Yes, till now intermediary services was covered under section number 13.8. So for agent and principal, when any one of them is in India and one of them is outside India, then in that case you will apply the place of supply provisions given under section number 13.8. Now, one very, very important thing which I want to tell you for intermediary services, what the ICAI has done. Okay, this is a problem, but this is what it is. So, intermediary services, okay, intermediary services for international transaction. Okay, that was normally covered under section number 13.8, 13.8b to be very, very specific. It was covered under section 13.8b, and when it was covered under section 13.8b, the place of supply was the location of supplier. Okay, place of supply was location of supplier. Then what happened was, with effect from 30 March 2026, there was an amendment in this intermediary services, and intermediary services was omitted from section number 13.8. Okay, it was omitted from section number 13.8. If it was omitted from section number 13.8, means can we say by default provisions of 13.2 will now apply for intermediary services? And as per section 13.2, if the location of recipient is available with you, then the place of supply will be location of recipient. This was the amendment which happened from 30 March 2026. But you know what happened? ICAI, for November 26 examinations, we have all the amendments till 30 April 2026. But ICAI did not notify. Okay, ICAI did not notify this particular amendment for the November 26 examination. It is nowhere to be seen in the statutory update also. So what are we going to do? Final conclusion that I am telling to you is, if your exams are in November 2026 and if you are determining the place of supply for intermediary services as per section number 13 of the IGST Act, then please continue using section number 13.8. That is, place of supply will be location of supplier. Okay, place of supply will be location of supplier, and this transaction cannot be considered as export now. Because if you want to consider this transaction as export of services, then the place of supply should be outside India. Okay, and if your examinations are in May 2027 and onwards, May 2027 and onwards, then in that case, if you are determining the place of supply for your intermediary services, then please use section number 13.2, that is the by default provision, that is place of supply will be location of recipient. Okay, this is one issue because the ICAI did not notify the amendment of IGST provisions for the November 26 examination, and hence this confusion has arisen here. Okay, so please be careful. Please be careful. I had incorporated this amendment in my 5th edition book, assuming that obviously ICAI will notify all the amendments till 30 April 2026, but it is not notified in the statutory update, and hence this confusion. Okay, so for November 2026, basically the amendment is not applicable. You can assume it that way, and the place of supply for intermediary services will be location of supplier. But if your exams are from May 2027 and onwards, then the new provisions are going to be applicable. I hope I am clear till here, everyone. Manageable till here. Manageable till here. Yes. Okay. So this is done. So for intermediary services, I wanted, that's why I wrote here 13.8 or 13.2. So if your exams are in November 26, it will be 13.8. If it is in May 27, it is going to be 13.2. Yes. Okay. Then after that, going ahead to the next circular. Next circular talks about custodial services. Okay, custodial services provided by banks to the foreign portfolio investors. Okay. Now here the banks are in India and foreign portfolio investors, they are situated outside India. So by default, this becomes an international transaction and we will have to determine the place of supply as per section number 13. Okay, now please understand here, under section number 13.8 again, okay, same again under section number 13a, there was a provision that whenever banking services, okay, banking services or yes, these services are provided by banks or NBFCs to its account holders. Then the place of supply will be determined as per section number 13.8 and place of supply will be location of supply. Okay, but when banks are providing the services to foreign portfolio investors, they need not be compulsorily the account holder in those banks. So when banks are providing, the services to non-account holders, then how will we determine the place of supply? See, when banks are providing the services to account holders, it will be determined as per section 13.8. But when it is provided by banks to non-account holders, then again the by default provision of section number 13.2 is going to apply. Manageable till here? Doable till here, everyone? Yes, chalo, theek, this is also done. Then after that, again the next one talks about advertisement services provided to foreign clients. Okay, now there are 2 to 3 issues which are coming up here. Let's try to deal with those issues. Okay, advertisement services. See, domestic advertisement services at hotel, Trident, etc. That point I have already told it to you. Okay, now we are talking about the foreign international transaction. Okay, now please try to understand here. Please try to understand here. Let's say the customer is situated outside India. Okay, customer is situated outside India. Advertisement company is situated in India. Okay, and the media owner, the media space owner, we can say, like Hotel Trident, etc. That media space owner is also situated in India. Okay, now can we say one of the person is outside India and the other person is in India? So this will be considered as international transaction. So we will have to determine the place of supply as per section number 13. Yes, now in this case, what was the issue? Okay, what was the issue? Now, let's say for example, if the, I'll just show it to you. Let's say if the customer approached the advertisement company that he wants to do advertisement in India. Okay, so advertisement company told to the customer, okay, I will provide you the services. For that, the advertisement company took the space on rent from the media space owner, and it paid, advertisement company paid the consideration to the media space owner. So now in this case, can we say, let's assume this is the first transaction. Can we say for this, the place of supply will be determined as per section number 13. One of the parties is in India, one party is outside India. One in India, one outside India. Yes, and for the second transaction, can we say the place of supply? Both are in India. Can we say the place of supply will be determined as per section number 12 itself? Okay, now the question that arises here is advertisement company merely acting as an agent between the customer and the media space owner? Answer is no. Why? Why no? Why no? Is the customer, everyone here, is the customer dealing directly with the media space owner? No, the customer is not dealing with the media space owner. Customer is dealing with the agent, with the advertisement company, and advertisement company is going to get the work done from the media space owner. So these are two distinct supply, and accordingly for each of it, the place of supply will be determined. Everyone manageable till here? Yes. So ma'am, how will we determine the place of supply in this case? Can we say here the advertisement company is providing advertisement services to the customer? So it will be determined as per the by default provisions of section number 13(2). And here the media space owner, let's say Hotel Trident, is going to provide its space to the advertisement company. So can we say the place of supply will be in relation to immovable property? So place of supply will be determined as per section number 12(3). Simple. Okay, this was one way to look at the transaction. Okay, what is the other way in which the transaction can be done? Okay, other way is, let's say a media owner is there. Okay, media owner, Hotel Trident. Okay, let's say for example, Hotel Trident is providing advertisement services also. Means it gives its space also in rent and it provides the services also to its customers. And then there is an advertisement company in between, and then there is a customer here. There is a customer here which is outside India, which is there outside India. Advertisement company is in India, media owner is outside. Now let's say for example, this customer has approached the advertisement company that I want to do advertisement in India. This advertisement company contacts media owner and it tells to the media owner that will you help a customer who is there outside India for doing the advertisement? Okay, let's say it tells to the Trident Hotel. Trident Hotel says that yes, I am ready to help the customer. Now here, customer does the payment directly to media owner, directly to Trident company, Hotel Trident. If the payment is done by the customer directly, then can we say this is the main transaction? And your media owner is going to do everything for the customer. So can we say it is providing advertisement services to the customer? Then ma'am, what is the role of the advertisement company in between? So advertisement company is simply acting as an agent, or can we say he is simply acting as an intermediary here in India? For the customer, he is simply acting as an intermediary. So for this transaction, for the second transaction, can we say intermediary provisions under section 13(8) and 13(2) is going to apply? For the first main, where Trident is going to provide the advertisement service to the customers outside India, can we say for this 13(2), by default provisions will apply for advertisement services? Because now this is not only immovable property related service, this is full advertisement services. And your advertisement company is going to charge some commission also from the customer outside India because he acted as an intermediary, he connected two people together. So for that, can we say, because one is in India, one is outside India, if your exams are in November 26, then place of supply will be determined as per section 13(8). If your exams are in May 27 and onwards, then the place of supply will be determined as per section number 13. Are you understanding this, everyone? Yes. So when the payment is done by the customer directly, then in that case, boss, it is a direct transaction between these two people. Manageable, everyone? Understandable? Yes. ठीक है. This was about the foreign claims. Acha, here in the solution, in the PDF sheet, I have given the advertisement, I have given the intermediary provision as per the amended one, that is as per section 13.2. So what you can do is, if your exams is in November 26, okay, then you can simply make this as 13.8. That is, place of supply will be location of supplier. And if your exams are in May 27, then you can keep the answer as it is. If it is November 26, wherever you are seeing intermediary services 13.2, please make it as 13.8. Yes? Okay. Then after that, everyone, let's go to the next one. I'm going to the next one. Next one talks about data hosting services provided to cloud computing service providers located outside India. Okay, data hosting services provided to CCSP, cloud computing service providers located outside India. Okay, please try to understand here. I'm just giving you a very simple example. You must have heard about Apple company, iPhone, Apple company. Yes, Apple company provides the services of iCloud. Okay, space, basically space it gives. Okay, on the cloud, it provides the services of iCloud to its customers who are buying the iPhones, iPads and all those things. So Apple company is providing the services to its customers. Okay, now let's say the customers are in India also and customers are there abroad also. Apple company is providing the services to its customers in India. Now, can I say for that Apple company will also be required to take the cloud computing services. Apple company also needs space on the cloud. For that, there is a company called as, that company is called as data hosting service providers. Okay, data hosting means they help Apple company to host the data of their customers on the cloud. Okay, so DHSPs, data hosting service providers. Now imagine if these DHSPs are situated in India. Okay, let's say for example, LTI. Okay, LTI Mindtree or L&T Infotech or any such other company, any IT company is providing that service to Apple company for providing, for doing the data hosting. Okay, now DHSP is in India, Apple company is called as cloud computing service provider. Okay, it can be say Apple company is a cloud computing service provider which is providing the services to its customers. Now, please try to understand this IT company in India. Okay, this IT company in India which is providing the services to Apple for its customers, it does not have any relation. It does not have any relation with Apple's customer. It does not have any relation with Apple's customer. DHSP is providing the services to Apple. Apple will provide a service to the customers. So now here, what does it mean? Can we say that DHSP is an intermediary? Can we say DHSP is an intermediary because of which Apple is able to provide the services to the customers? No. Okay, it was clarified that DHSPs are not merely an intermediary. They are providing a main service of data hosting to Apple. So these two are considered as two distinct supplies. Okay, this one and this one will be considered as two distinct supplies. Okay, now here DHSP is in India, Apple company is outside India. So here this will be considered as an international transaction. Okay, now here, will this be considered as services relating to renting of immovable property? No. Will this be related to services provided on some goods, performance-based services? No. So this will be, for the first transaction, the place of supply will be normally determined as per section number 13. Everyone, did you understand this? Normally, it will be determined as per section number 13. So when an Indian company, okay, let's say Indian IT company is providing the services to Apple of US, okay, then in that case, location of supplier is in India, location of recipient is USA, place of supply will be as per 13.2, that is location of recipient, that is USA. Can we say this transaction can also be considered as export if the other conditions are fulfilled? supplier is in India, recipient is outside India, place of supply is also outside India. Then in that case, this can also be considered as export, provided the consideration is received in convertible foreign currency, and these two are not merely establishment of distinct persons. Are you understanding this, everyone? Yes, very, very clear with this, everyone. Very, very clear with this. Yes, ठीक है. So DHSP is not merely an intermediary. It's not that Apple company is able to provide the services to the customer because of the intermediary. No, it is a separate service which is provided by DHSP to the CCSP. That is given here. Everyone, am I clear till here? Manageable till here? Everyone? Yes. Okay, so let's continue ahead with the next set of circulars. Everyone, place of supply we just completed. Now let's go to time of supply. Time of supply has some 3-4 circulars within it. Very simple, very, very important. In the latest exams also we had got the circulars related to time or questions related to time of supply circulars. Okay, so yes, now that you know, maybe the MCQ pattern can change. Okay, for other papers in the video they have already told that for FR it is already applicable, so it can become applicable for other papers also. More number of MCQs you will have to attempt. Yes, like earlier there were only 15 questions of 2 marks each. Now the pattern has changed a little, right? So what we are supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? We cannot leave. Okay, we cannot do selective studies now. The moment you do selective studies, you know that you're going to lose your marks somewhere or the other, because now it's not that only from these important chapters the questions is going to come. Now it is not that. By way of MCQs or by way of descriptive questions, from here and there they try to ask the question from everywhere, and to get that, to cross that exemption barrier, to cross that 60 barrier, we know that we cannot do selective studies at all. We have to do 100% syllabus coverage. So even if there was some question which was asked in your last examination, or there was a concept which was tested in your last few examinations, please don't assume that, ma'am, it was asked in the last exam, so this time it will not come. It's not that way. Okay, so we have to study everything, whether it is important, whether it is not important, we have to study each and everything. Please have that kind of a mindset, only then you will study. Okay, if you already have a mindset, ma'am, this chapter I am 100% going to leave, then boss, you will not at all feel like studying that chapter, because already you have made up your mind that I am going to leave this chapter. Yes, so right from day one, for each and every subject, have that mindset, I will study everything. Yes. Chalo, theek hai. Now let's go ahead, everyone. Let's go ahead to the next notification. Next notification is about time of supply in case of advance money received for forward charge mechanism goods. Now, in case of goods, okay, goods which are taxable under forward charge mechanism, if we receive any advance money, okay, we have already studied about this in our time of supply chapter. If there is any taxpayer who is supplying some goods, okay, under forward charge mechanism, except for composition dealer and except for specified actionable claims, except for these goods, if you are supplying any other goods on which forward charge mechanism is applicable, and before issuing the invoice, before doing the supply, if we have received any advance money, then that advance money will not be taxable now. Okay, later when you issue the invoice, or later when the supply is done, at that time the tax liability on that is going to be arise. But when you receive the advance money, at that time there will be no tax liability on the same. This was a benefit that was given to us, but this is again applicable only for goods, and that too in case of forward charge mechanism only. Are you understanding this? Okay, but one extra point, one important point which I want to tell you is, let's say for example, advance money you received in the month of August, and invoice you're going to raise it in the month of September. For example, invoice and supply is done in the month of September. Then time of supply will arise later, that is in the month of September. But when you are calculating your turnover, okay, maybe for the purpose of rule 42, 43 in ITC, when you are calculating your turnover, please remember that advance will form part of your turnover for the month of August itself. Okay, means actually when the advance was received, it will form part of your turnover, just that the tax liability on the same is going to arise later. Okay, this is one important point here. Another circular is about spectrum usage and other similar services. Okay, now spectrum fees is paid by whom to whom? It is paid by a telecom operator to the government, to the Department of Telecom. So Department of Telecom is providing the services to a telecom operator, and telecom operator is going to pay the fees to the government. Now, can we say this is a service provided by government to a big business entity? By government, Department of Telecommunication, by government to the big business entity like Jio, Airtel, Vodafone, etc. So this is going to be taxable, but this will be taxable under reverse charge mechanism. Yes, this will be taxable under reverse charge mechanism. So can we say time of supply will be determined as per section number 13(3) of the CGST Act? Section 13 talks about services and subsection 3 talks about reverse charge mechanism. Okay, and in that section 13(3, we had two provisions, that who is issuing the invoice. Is the supplier issuing the invoice or is the supplier not issuing the invoice? So here let's assume the government is going to issue the invoice. So what will be the time of supply? That 61 days from the date of invoice and all those things, that provision will become applicable. Okay, but then here it was clarified that whenever spectrum payment is done, okay, whenever spectrum usage payment is done by the telecom operator to the government, this is considered as a continuous supply of service. So the question arised was, in case of FCM, we know when to issue the invoice in case of continuous supply of service, but in case of RCM, when to issue the invoice for continuous supply of service. So for that purpose, they have given a clarification here, and they are telling you when to issue the invoice and what will be the time of supply. So if, say for example, spectrum payment is generally a huge payment. Okay, let's say if I as a telecom operator, I have done the full payment of spectrum fees to the government, to the Department of Telecom in one shot. Okay, means entire payment is done upfront. Then what will be the time of supply? The time of supply will be the time when the payment is done or the payment is due, whichever is earlier. Means whatever was the due date decided, or whenever we have actually done the payment, whichever is earlier. This is the time for issuing the invoice also, and this is the time period for the time of supply also. But generally in case of spectrum, we get installment facility from the government. Okay, if in case of deferred payment, if we have decided that every year on so and so date, we are going to do the payment to the government, that is due date is ascertainable, then it will be considered as a continuous supply of service, and invoice should be issued on or before the due date. Because the due date is ascertainable, invoice should be issued on or before the due date every year, and the time of supply will be the date of payment or the due date of payment, whichever is earlier, because here the due date is ascertainable, na? So as and when the payment are due or made, whichever is earlier, that will be the time of supply, and the time limit for issuing the invoice will be on or before the due date. Acha, now if installment facility was given by the government to me, but the due date was not fixed, then in that case the invoice should be issued on or before the actual receipt of payment. Means whenever government is going to receive the payment from me, on or before that, the government should be issuing the invoice to me, and the time of supply will also be the same. As and when the government receives the payment, from me, that will be considered as the time of supply. I hope I am very, very clear with this, everyone. Yes. So in case of spectrum fee, the time of supply has to be determined as per this particular circular. Chalo, after that, let's go to the next one, that is in relation to NHAI. Okay, now National Highway Authority of India is such an authority which is told by the government to construct the national highways. Okay. Now, let's say I am a construction contractor. Okay, I am engaged in making big national highways, and I can do those turnkey projects, etc. So, I am a construction contractor. I am providing the services to the NHAI. Okay, I am providing the services to the NHAI, and NHAI is going to do the payment to me. Now, what has the government told to this construction contractor is that this construction contractor will make the highways, it will construct the highways, it will maintain it for the next few years, and then it will transfer the ownership to the NHAI. Generally, this is how the contract happens. Now, in this case, this will take many years, 15 to 17 years will go. So, can we say this is considered as a continuous supply of service? Okay, now here the supplier is also a big person and recipient is NHAI. So here can we say forward charge mechanism will be applicable. Please try to understand, in the above point the service was provided by government to GO. Okay, here the service is provided by us to a government authority. So in this case, or to a government entity which is engaged into this highway projects, etc. So here forward charge mechanism is applicable. So can we say the time of supply will be determined as per section number 13(2) of CGST Act? 13 is talking about services and subsection 2 talks about forward charge mechanism. But again, this is a case of continuous supply of services. So how do we determine the place of supply? So, how do we determine the time of supply? So, time of supply as per section 13(2) was, if the invoice was issued on time, then the date of invoice or receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. If the invoice was issued late, then in that case, the date of provision of service or receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. So, everything depends whether the invoice was issued on time or not. If the invoice is issued on time by this construction contractor, no problem at all. Okay, but if it is issued late, then can we say the time of supply will be date of provision of service or receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. Now, what do you mean by provision of service? Provision of service means completion of service. But here, completion of service will take many years. So, it was clarified that in this case, date of provision of service is nothing but the due date of payment. Okay, it is nothing but the due date of payment, means whatever was the due date fixed between these two people for doing the payment by NHAI to this person, that whatever is the due date fixed, that will be considered as provision of service for each payment. Okay, and another thing is, when is this contractor required to issue the invoice? So whatever is the due date fixed between these two people, as per that due date, on or before that due date, the supplier is required to issue the invoice to the NHAI. And if he issues the invoice on time, as per the first point, we will determine the time of supply. If he issues the invoice late, then whatever was the due date of payment or actual date of payment, whichever is earlier, that will be considered as the time of supply. Yes, and suppose if NHAI does some delay in payment, if NHAI does some delay in payment to the supplier, then in that case, if the supplier is charging some interest, then in that case, interest will be included in the value because it will be considered as a composite supply. Yes. Okay. And the last circular of this chapter, that is in case of vouchers, GST treatment in case of vouchers. Now, some time back, they gave a very good clarification in respect of vouchers, that how the taxability of vouchers, etc. will happen. Okay, there was difference of opinions till now in case of vouchers. Now it is very, very clear. So whenever a voucher is issued by a person, okay, whenever a voucher is issued by a shop or by a brand, etc., then what about the taxability of that voucher? So here they told that whenever the voucher is considered as a instrument, okay, recognized instrument, a prepaid instrument as recognized by RBI. If it is such an instrument which is a prepaid instrument as recognized by RBI, example Amazon Pay, okay, Amazon Pay voucher, etc. Okay, then in that case, that is considered as a prepaid instrument recognized by RBI, and that is as good as money. You can utilize as good as money. So if it is as good as money, then so there is no question of GST because it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Acha, if it is such an instrument which is not recognized by RBI, then also it is an actionable claim. You can present that voucher and you can claim something against it. So it becomes an actionable claim. And if it is an actionable claim, not specified actionable claim, if it is an actionable claim, then also on that there is no GST applicable because that was covered under schedule number 3. Actionable claims other than specified actionable claims is not a supply. So in any case, if voucher is recognized by RBI, then it is money. If voucher is not recognized by RBI, then it becomes actionable claims. In both the cases, there is no GST applicable on vouchers. Okay, and later when we use this voucher and we purchase some goods or services, on that purchase of goods and services, GST is applicable. But on vouchers, on supply of vouchers, there is no GST applicable. Are you understanding this? So whenever the vouchers are traded, okay, let's say vouchers are sold by a distributor to an agent or to a dealer or to a sub-distributor, when it is traded as goods, then in that case there will be no GST applicable on the same. Why ma'am? So because vouchers are considered as pure trading in vouchers will not at all attract GST because it is neither considered as good nor considered as services. So whenever they are, purchasing vouchers, selling vouchers, then that will not at all attract GST because it is neither goods nor services. But when vouchers are distributed on commission basis, okay, I'm not taking the ownership of the voucher, I'm taking it from the brand and I'm giving it to some other person, and in between I'm simply earning the commission. Then in such case, on that commission, the GST is going to be applicable because this is a separate consideration charge. On that, the GST is going to be applicable. Only on the commission part, the GST is going to be applicable. Okay, and then the next one is, let's say for example, if the dealer, distributor, etc., if these people are providing some extra services for promoting the vouchers or for promoting the brand, like advertisement services is being done or some branding services is done or any other services are provided in relation to that vouchers, then in that case, that is a separate service that you are providing in relation to vouchers. So on those services, GST will be normally applicable. Are you understanding this? Acha. And then later, last point. If suppose, let's say there is a brand which has issued some vouchers, and at the end, every voucher comes with some expiry date. At the end of the expiry period, if there are some unused vouchers kept, okay, if there are some unused vouchers, then what will be the GST implication on that? Then there will be no GST implication. Why there will be no GST implication? Because this is not, first of all, in case of vouchers, GST apply only when there is an underlying sale of goods and services. So if there is any unredeemed vouchers, which is called as breakage, okay, there will be no GST impact on the same. Manageable till here, everyone? Yes, this was all about my vouchers provision, and with this, my time of supply provisions are also done. Time of supply circulars are also done. Time of supply is done. Place of supply is done. Now we are going to the value of supply. Okay, value of supply and ITC. These are the main two things that we have to cover now. Everyone, can we start? Are we good to go? Yes. Chalo, now let's start with the next circular. Next circular is important. It is a nice circular which pertains to Del Creditor Agent. Okay, many of you all must have studied Del Creditor Agent circular in the initial chapters. I generally take it with the value of supply chapter because by the time you reach value of supply chapter, you are a little matured. Yes. So now Del Creditor Agent. Okay, now first of all, who is a Del Creditor Agent? Del Creditor Agent is, again, he is an agent who is facilitating transaction between two main persons. Yes, and he can be either a para 3 agent or he can be a normal agent. Para 3 agent means either he can issue the invoice in his own name or he will not issue the invoice in his own name. It can be any of it. Okay, and he is such an agent who takes more risk and who charges more commission for facilitating the transaction between two people because he is guaranteeing, because he is such a person who guarantees the supplier for the payment. Means if the recipient is not able to do the payment to the supplier, then he is compensated by the Del Creditor Agent. So Del Creditor Agent charges more amount of commission as compared to a normal agent. Okay, so the first question which arises, whether a Del Creditor Agent falls under the ambit of agent under schedule number 1, means will he be considered as an agent as per para 3 of schedule number 1. So if he is issuing the invoice in his name, if he issues the invoice in his name, then he can be considered as an agent as per para 3 of schedule number 1. If he does not issue an invoice in his own name, then he will be not considered as that particular agent. So that depends upon the invoicing. This is one thing. Second thing, issue number 2, whether the temporary short-term transaction-based loan extended by the agent to the recipient for which interest is charged by the Del Creditor Agent, will it be included in the value of goods being supplied by the supplier where Del Creditor Agent is not an agent as per para number 3? Please try to understand. See, there is a supplier. First of all, there is a main supplier. Okay, then there is an agent in between, and then there is a recipient. Okay, here they are talking about which case where he is not an agent as per para 3. Means he is not issuing the invoice in his own name. He is simply acting as a middleman. Can we say supplier will issue the invoice directly to the recipient? Now here, the recipient is unable to do the payment to the supplier. Okay, recipient is unable to do the payment to the supplier. So what will happen here is, agent will do the payment to the supplier and then agent will recover it from the recipient. So can we also say that agent has given a kind of loan to the recipient, which he will take it from the recipient, which he will recover it from the recipient along with interest? Along with interest. Yes. So here they are telling that the interest on this loan, okay, interest on this loan, will it be added to the value of supply done by supplier to the recipient? So can I say this interest transaction is between the agent and the recipient? So it can in no ways it can be added to the supply between supplier and recipient. Supplier and recipient is a different transaction and agent to recipient is a different transaction. So can we say here this is just a standalone transaction of loans advances between the agent and the recipient. So this interest is a separate supply altogether. Giving of loan is a separate supply done by agent to the recipient, for which the recipient is required to pay the interest. So this interest will be totally exempted from GST. This is not a composite supply. Na? Some time back I told you, when will interest be added to the value? Only when it is a composite supply. But here agent has not done any other supply to the recipient. Okay, there is only one supply of loan which is done by agent to the recipient. So here interest is going to be totally exempted and hence it will not form part of the value. Okay, but please try to understand what will happen if there is a main supplier, there is an agent and then there is a recipient, and this agent is now a schedule 1 agent. What if he is a schedule 1 agent? So in that case, can we say supplier to agent will be one transaction, deemed transaction, and agent to recipient, anyway he has issued the invoice in his own name. So can we say this is the first supply, this is the second supply, and now if the agent charges some interest from the recipient, then can I say it will be added to this value? Because along with goods, I'm going to charge some interest also. Now this will be considered. Now this interest will be added to the value because there is some principal supply happening between the agent and the recipient. So now this is going to be included in the value as per section number 15. Are you understanding? So if there is only loan transaction, then how will you, in which value will you include it? Okay, but if there is already a main transaction happening and for that we are charging some interest, and then in that case, that interest will be added to the value. Are you understanding this? This was all about my del creditor agent. Okay, now going ahead everyone, now going ahead to the next circular. See what is the next circular talking about. Very simple, internally generated services by HO to the branch office. Okay, now let's say HO is providing some services to its branch office. So HO can charge something from the branch. Either it may charge or it may not charge something from the branch office. But the question that arises is, if suppose the HO is providing some services to its branch office, can we say HO will take the help of its employees and then provide that service to its branch? And branch is required to pay, let's say, some consideration for that. So the question that arises is, when HO is invoicing to the branch office, should it also include the salary of employees in the value of this service? Because the employees of HO has also helped to the HO for providing the services to the branch office, should we also include the salary cost of employees in the amount that we are charging from the branch office? So it was clarified that if they want to include, they can include. If they don't want to include, they may not include. Means it is not mandatory for the HO to include the salary cost of the employees in the amount that we are charging from the branch office. Okay, this is what was clarified by way of this circular. And for this, we have already studied separately. That if branch office is eligible for full ITC, okay, if BO is eligible for full ITC, then invoice value can be considered as the open market value. Okay, if BO is not eligible for full ITC, then we'll have to take the open market value for the purpose of valuation. And if we have not issued any invoice, then in that case, the open market value is going to be nil. Okay, then it will be deemed as nil. Are you understanding this, everyone? So main thing that was clarified by way of this circular is, when a HO is invoicing to its BO for some service, then along with the value of service, should the cost of salary of the employees, should that be included in that invoice? So it is not mandatory. If they wish to include, they may include. If they don't wish to include, they may ignore it. Okay, then after that, going to the next one. Next one talks about your personal guarantee. Okay, personal guarantee, and we have already studied about corporate guarantee. Do you recollect that? Corporate guarantee, which is provided by a related person to any bank. Okay, so now let's say there is a company who wants to take a loan. Okay, there is a company who wants to take a loan from the bank, and that company wants someone to act as its guarantor. So the company approaches its related person and it tells to the related person, sir, please stand as my guarantor. Now, can we say here, my related person is acting as a guarantor for me. So I will have to pay some guarantee commission to my related person. Yes, so for that, you must have already studied, valuation is done as per rule number 28(2). Yes, provided the recipient is here in India. Okay, provided the supplier can be anywhere. Okay, supplier can be anywhere, but the recipient should be compulsorily. Recipient means the person who is getting benefited, the person who is getting a guarantor. The recipient should be in India compulsorily. Then in that case, this supplier, can we say this supplier has acted as a guarantor for me? Okay, before any banks or financial institution, this person has acted as a guarantor. So I am required to pay him some guarantee commission, provided I am here in India. Then for this purpose, the valuation will be done as per rule number 28(2). That is, do you recollect the value? 1% per annum of the amount guaranteed or actual consideration, whichever is higher, that is considered as the value. Right now, this is also only for a corporate guarantee. This is not for personal guarantee, right? So for that we have got a few provisions which are coming. What if this person acted as a guarantor? This person gave a guarantee of 1 crore rupee, whereas I took a loan only of, what if ultimately I availed a loan only of 80 lakh rupees? Doesn't matter. Can I say the guarantee commission, etc., everything will be calculated on the amount that he has guaranteed. It is not applicable on the loan that I have availed. Okay, next, what if I shift my loan from one bank to another bank? What if another bank takes over that loan? Then the guarantee provisions, etc., remains the same. There will be no change in the guarantee commission. Okay, then the next one. Please try to understand, where domestic corporate issues the intragroup guarantee. That is, let's say A Limited is issuing a guarantee for B Limited and both of them are in India. Then to boss, normal forward charge mechanism will be applicable. Normal supplier will issue the invoice and normal forward charge mechanism will be applicable and valuation will be done as per rule number 28(2). But what if the guarantee is issued by a foreign company? A Inc. is providing the guarantee for B Limited. A Inc. is in USA, B Limited is in India. Then in this case, can we say this is import of services? If this is import of services, then can we say here reverse charge mechanism will be applicable? Means B Limited will do the valuation as per rule number 28(2) and then he will pay the GST on that and then he will take the ITC on the same. Are you understanding this? And yes, very, very important point here. All these provisions, whatever we have studied, these will not apply. Okay, these will not apply if the recipient is outside India. Okay, all these, rule number 28(2) fully applies. If you want, go and check in your value of supply chapter. This entire rule will apply only when the recipient is here in India. Okay, if the recipient is outside India, then it becomes export of service kind of a thing. So then rule number 28(2) is not going to be applicable. Acha, what if corporate guarantee is given for multiple years? Then anyway that 1% is per annum. So you can just multiply it by number of years. What if the corporate guarantee is given for less than 1 year? What if it is given for 6 months, for example? Do it proportionally. Take 6 months divided by 12 months or take 5 months divided by 12 months, whatever is the period. Just do it proportionate. Acha, what if corporate guarantee is given by multiple entities? Then multiple entities will be the supplier. Multiple entities will do rule number 28(2). That is 1% per annum of the corporate guarantee or actual consideration, whichever is higher. So 1% of the corporate guarantee which is given by one person. Let's say 1 crore of guarantee is given by two people, 60 lakhs and 40 lakhs. Then each of them will do 1% of 60 lakhs, 1% of 40 lakh and whatever is the actual consideration that they have got. So individually for their share, they will calculate the corporate guarantee. Right? Now, all these provisions that we have studied, that is applicable for corporate guarantee. Now, ma'am, what about personal guarantee? What if a director is giving a personal guarantee for his company? Then in that case, RBI had already told. Now, first of all, whenever a director normally gives guarantee for his company, this becomes a related party transaction, and normally it is considered as a supply. Okay, even if it is done for no consideration, still it will be considered as a supply between related persons. Para number 2 of schedule number 1 becomes applicable. But RBI has already clarified by way of giving guidelines that personal guarantee, even if a director is giving to a company, for that he cannot charge any commission. Okay, by whatever name you want to call it as, commission, brokerage, fees, etc., he cannot charge anything. Okay, if you want to give guarantee, you give, but you cannot charge anything. If you cannot charge anything, okay, if you cannot charge anything, then in that case, it was clarified by the GST department also that this cannot be considered as a supply. No supply, no open market value, no tax will be applicable. But in some exceptional circumstances, RBI says that, okay, if the director has to charge something from the company, it can charge, and in that case, normal provisions are going to become applicable. So normally in case of personal guarantee, no consideration can be charged. Okay, no consideration can be charged. Are you understanding this? Okay. Chalo, this is also done. Now going on to the last few more points, everyone here, in relation to value of supply. Now see the next circular, everyone. Next circular is very, very simple, which talks about levy of GST on airport levies, that is passenger service fee and user development fee. Okay, I'll just quickly explain it to you, the meaning of this. Now let's say there is Airport Authority of India, okay, and then there is airline company. Okay, let's say for example, Air India is there. Okay, Air India is an airline company, or let's say your Indigo is an airline company, etc. And then there are customers. Okay, when the airline is providing the services to the customers, airline are going to issue the invoice on the customers. Okay, it will charge the basic fare. Okay, it will charge the basic fare. It will charge the taxes. Plus, it also charges the passenger service fee and user development fee. Now, ma'am, what is this PSF and UDF? Okay, these are nothing but the charges which are actually levied by the Airport Authority of India on the customer. Basically, Airport Authority of India has to collect it from the customer. But customer, how will he pay to the Airport Authority of India? So, what happens is, airlines collect it from the customer, and then airlines pays it to the Airport Authority of India. Okay, so airline collects it from the customer on behalf of Airport Authority of India, and then that is how the money gets transferred to the Airport Authority of India. So now the question that arises here is airline acting as a pure agent? Is airline companies, are they acting as pure agent? So answer is yes, they are simply collecting it from the customer and they are transferring the actual amount as it is to the Airport Authority of India. So if airline company is acting as a pure agent, then will this PSF and UDF, will this be included in the value? Means the invoice which was issued by the airline company to the customer, should it be included in the value for the purpose of GST? Means on this PSF and UDF, can the airline collect any GST? Answer is no. If airline is acting as a pure agent, okay, if airline is acting as a pure agent, then whatever PSF and UDF it is collecting, it can charge it from the invoice, but that will not be included in the taxable value, and on that GST will not be applicable. Then ma'am, then Airport Authority of India is ultimately going to get that amount from the customer. On that, Airport Authority of India is required to discharge the GST. Okay, but on that airline companies are not required to discharge any GST because it is simply acting as a pure agent. It will collect the charges from the customer and pay it to the Airport Authority of India. Are you understanding this? This was one point. Okay, second point. What if airline? Okay, what if airline tells to the Airport Authority, boss, I am collecting something on your behalf. So I also want some commission. What if airline companies tell this to the Airport Authority of India? So can I say for this, the airline says that I am providing some services to the Airport Authority of India. For that, I need some commission. What about GST on this? Can I say on this the GST will be applicable because this is a separate service for which the airline company is charging from the Airport Authority of India, and on this GST is going to be applicable. Manageable, doable. Yes. Okay, this is also done. Then the next one is also very, very simple. Last point in your value of supply. Okay, last point in your value of supply. Everyone, now here, let's say there is a mall, or there is an airport, or there is any other real estate company which has given some shops on rent. Okay, let's say there is a mall. Okay, a mall has given some shops on rent to many shop owner, or to many shop dealers, right? Or to many shop tenants. They have given the shops on rent. Can I say the malls are going to charge the rent from them? Plus, along with that, they are going to charge some maintenance also. Plus, let's say they are also charging some electricity charges also from the owners, from the shopkeepers, not from the owners, but from the shopkeepers. Okay, let's say there is a shop of Titan. Okay, Titan watches. Let's say there is a shop of Titan watches in a mall called as XYZ Mall. Okay, in XYZ Mall, there is a shop called as Titan. So, Titan has taken that shop on rent from the XYZ Mall owner. For this, can I say XYZ Mall is providing the services to Titan company, for which Titan company is required to pay the rent, plus it is required to pay the maintenance. Okay, plus it is also required to pay the electricity charges. So ma'am, will the electricity, like rent and maintenance, okay, it is going to be taxable. Okay, rent and maintenance, it is going to be taxable together as the composite supply. But will electricity also be included in this value? So it depends. It depends. Now let's say, for example, there is a state electricity distribution company. Okay, in Maharashtra we have got MSEB. Similarly, in Kerala you must be having KSEB, and so on and so forth. Okay, let's say MSEB is providing the services to the XYZ Mall, and then Mall is providing those services to the Titan company, and Mall receives the electricity bill. Okay, for example, let's say Mall receives the electricity bill for all the shops, and Mall does the payment to the electricity board, and then it recovers it from the shop owner, shopkeepers. If the Mall is charging actual amount, means let's say the bill of Titan shop, electricity bill of Titan shop was 20,000 rupees, and we paid 20,000 rupees to MSEB, and we also charged 20,000 rupees exactly from Titan company. Then in that case, can I say XYZ Mall is simply acting as a pure agent? Okay, it is not taking any benefit in between, and it is simply acting as a pure agent. Then in that case, 20,000 will not be included in the value. Means it will not be added here in the value for the purpose of GST, because here the Mall is simply acting as an agent. Okay, but if XYZ Mall is paying 20,000 rupees to MSEB as electricity bill, but it is charging a lump sum amount of 25,000 rupees of electricity bill from Titan, means can we say it is charging something more from the shopkeeper? Then here it is not acting as a pure agent. If it is not acting as a pure agent, then this 25,000 will be included in the value for the purpose of GST. Are you understanding this, everyone? So same concept, Ray. If we are acting as a pure agent, then we will not include it in the value for the purpose of GST. And if we are not acting as a pure agent, then we will include that value, that amount in the value of supply. Yes. So till here, all my circulars under value of supply chapter is over. Now going on to the next chapter, very, very huge, very, very big, very, very important, that is my ITC. Okay, input tax credit. Majority of the circulars now which are remaining are from the ITC chapter only. It goes till here, till your circular number, yes, till here, till my circular number 67. It is going to be ITC only, and then we have got small chapters circular. Okay, small chapters circular. Everyone, can we start? Can we continue with this? Yes. Chalo, everyone. It is simple. Okay, it is simple. You have already studied. We are simply revising, right? We are simply revising. You have already studied all these things before. Now, starting with the next circular here, everyone, which talks about X works contract. Okay, X works contract. Now, let's say there is a supplier. Okay, there is a supplier, and here there is a recipient. Okay, and there is a contract between the supplier and the recipient that the supplier is going to supply the goods on X works basis. X works basis, that is, The supplier is supplying the goods to the recipient, but the supplier's risk and rewards get over at the factory gate of the supplier itself. Means as soon as the supplier removes the goods from the factory gate, from its factory, the delivery is completed here itself. Means supplier is not ready to transport the goods till the recipient's place. He is ready to hand over the goods to the transporter, but he says that, boss, I am not responsible when you are going to get the goods. Will you get the goods? Will you get the goods in proper condition or not? He is not responsible for that. Okay, this is X works basis. This happens in many cases. Okay, this happens in many cases. So here, supplier is handing over the goods to the transporter on my behalf. Okay, on my behalf, it is handing over the goods to the transporter at his factory gate itself. So can I say all the risk and rewards gets transferred to me as soon as the goods are handed over to the transporter? Or I can say as soon as the goods are removed from the factory gate, his responsibility is over and my responsibility starts. Then in that case, let's say it is handed over to the transporter on 25th March 2026. Okay, 25th March 2026. And actually I am going to receive the goods on 1st April 2026. Now we have already studied this in our ITC chapter is recipient will be eligible for ITC only when he actually receives that goods and services. Now actually I am going to receive the goods and services on 1st of April. But can we say in X works contract basis, actually the risk and rewards have come to me on 25th March. Means you are giving me the risk and reward on 25th March, but ITC eligibility you are telling me you will get on 1st of April. Can we say this is contradictory? So here it was clarified by way of the circular that you can take the ITC right away on 25th of March as soon as the risk and rewards gets transferred to you. Means you need not wait for the actual receipt of goods and services, and the risk and rewards will be transferred to you on 25th March. On that same day itself, you can take the ITC also. Okay, everyone here, for the purpose of calculations, this will make a difference. Now you can take the ITC for the month of March itself. You need not wait for the month of April. Yes? Okay. Then after that, going to the next circular. Next circular, very, very important, which talks about the warranty circular. Okay, on warranty circular, some questions we had got in the May 26 examinations also. It is very, very simple. Okay, now see, first of all, there is a manufacturer, then there is a distributor in between, and then we have got the customer here. Okay, generally what happens is the goods are sold by the manufacturer to the distributor and then by the distributor to the customer. But warranty, generally warranty is given by the manufacturer. Company warranty they say na, generally warranty is given by the manufacturer. Okay, and they tell it as free warranty. Okay, they manufacturer says that I will give you free warranty for 1 year, but actually it is nothing free, right? When the manufacturer had sold the goods to the distributor and then to the customer, in the value of goods he has recovered the amount of warranty also from me. So they say that it is free, but actually nothing is free. Okay, now see, multiple cases we have made it here. First one, if free warranty service is provided by original equipment manufacturer to the customer or by distributor to the customer, then no GST is chargeable. Means if we are doing a free warranty service, if we are providing a free warranty service to the ultimate customer, anyway we are not charging any consideration on that. There is no GST applicable because there is no consideration. Acha, now in this case, can we say manufacturer will use some parts, manufacturer or distributor will use some parts for providing that warranty services. Maybe they will use some spare parts, etc. to provide the warranty services. So are they required to reverse the ITC on those spare parts? Answer is no, they are not required to reverse any ITC. Ma'am, why did you get this doubt? Can I say on the outward supply that they are doing, on the outward warranty services that they are providing, there is no GST applicable. So on my inward supply, on the purchase of that spare parts, are we required to reverse any ITC? Answer is no. Why? The reason I have already told you, even if they are providing free warranty, but can we say they have already recovered some amount initially itself from the customer? So actually nothing is free. So they need not reverse. They need not reverse any ITC in respect of this. Okay, let's say the manufacturer is using spare parts for providing free warranty to the customer. On this spare part, he need not reverse the ITC. Okay, he can take the full ITC, which is on the spare part, which is going to use it for providing the warranty services to the customer. Acha, but what if we are charging something from the customer? Okay, many a times you must have seen na, in refrigerator, etc. Only few parts are covered under warranty, rest parts are not covered under warranty. Then in that case, what if the manufacturer or the distributor is charging something from the customer for warranty services? If it is charging something from the customer, on that anyway GST is going to be applicable. GST is going to be payable on the same. Manageable till here? ठीक है, next. अच्छा, what if distributor provides the warranty services to the customer by using some spare parts. Okay, distributor is providing warranty services to the customer and distributor is using the spare parts from his own. Okay, but now later the distributor says that means he is asking for a replacement. Okay, he is asking for the requisition from the manufacturer. Means he is telling to the manufacturer, sir, I did the warranty service, I provided the warranty service to the customer, but that I provided on your behalf. For this, I used 10 spare parts. So can you give those 10 spare parts to me? So manufacturer will say, I will provide you those 10 spare parts. You just do the warranty service to the customer. And manufacturer is also providing it for free to the distributor. Will there be any GST applicable or there will be no GST applicable on this requisition which was done by the distributor to the manufacturer? There will be no GST because manufacturer is going to provide those 10 spare parts to the distributor. But can we say there is no consideration that is going to flow from the distributor to the manufacturer? So no GST is payable. So basically wherever there is no consideration, there will be no GST because all of these people are anyway unrelated. Right? Acha, then after that, please try to understand. If distributor replaces the parts to the customer either from his own stock or by purchasing it from a third party and charges the consideration from the manufacturer. Now distributor says that, sir, I will provide all the help to the customer. But for that, I will need some spare parts. Either you give me those spare parts, or I will use it from my own stock, or I will purchase it from the market and then provide the warranty services to the customer. Now in this case, if I'm reimbursing, if I'm charging this amount from the manufacturer, let's say the distributor goes to the market, he purchases those 10 spare parts from the market. Okay, the cost of those 10 spare parts is 1000 rupees. So distributor will ask for that 1000 rupees from the manufacturer. For this, the distributor will have to raise an invoice on the manufacturer. He will raise an invoice on the manufacturer. Then the manufacturer will pay him the consideration. If there is a consideration, then GST will be applicable. Yes. Then the next one. If distributor replaces the goods by using his own stock, distributor is having those spare parts with himself. He does the replacement to the customer from his own stock and then he raises the requisition with the manufacturer. He tells to the manufacturer, sir, give me back. And manufacturer gives him for free. If it is for free, then there will be no GST applicable on the same. Are you understanding this? Okay, next one is important. 7th point is very, very important. Okay, please try to understand this. If the distributor replaces the parts under warranty out of the supply already received by him from the manufacturer, and the manufacturer issues a credit note in respect of the parts so replaced. Okay, please try to understand this point specifically, properly. Okay, let's say there is the original equipment manufacturer, there is a distributor, and then there is a customer. Okay, distributor provided the services to the customer. He provided the free warranty services to the customer. He did not charge any consideration from the customer. So can we say on this there is anyway no GST? But when he was providing the free warranty services to the customer, okay, what he did was he used a particular part. Okay, distributor used a particular part which he had purchased it from the original equipment manufacturer. Okay, let's say for example, let's take the example of a refrigerator. Okay, let's take the example of a refrigerator. In refrigerator, there is a part called as compressor. Okay, in AC also there is a compressor, in fridge also there is a compressor. So distributor replaced the compressor for the customer for free, let's say, from his own stock. Okay, but that he had purchased it from the OEM. Why did he purchase? Why had he earlier OEM had sold a compressor to the distributor. Maybe distributor is dealing in spare parts also. So OEM had sold a compressor to the distributor, and that same compressor now he had to use it for the purpose of free warranty. Can I say this is a loss for the distributor? He had purchased the compressor for selling it in the market, but now he had to use it for free replacement to the customer. So now what will happen? Can I say OEM would have issued an invoice for that compressor on the distributor? Now can I say, now this free replacement is actually the responsibility of the OEM. So now OEM will issue a credit note on the distributor. He will issue a credit note on the distributor and he will say as if this sale had never happened. Did you understand this? The same part was used for free warranty. But this part was actually not intended for using it for free warranty. Distributor was going to sell it in the market. So can we say distributor is in loss? So what will he do? OEM will issue a credit note to the distributor. He will reverse. He will say that this was not at all a sale at all. He is treating it as a sales return. So distributor will get his money back. Okay, whatever amount he had earlier paid for this compressor, distributor will get his money back. So at least now the distributor is not at loss. Yes, now in this case, can I say if the OEM is going to issue a credit note on the distributor, OEM's liability will also reduce. His tax liability will reduce. And even the distributor will have to reverse the ITC, which he had taken earlier. Earlier, can I say it was purchases for the distributor. So he would have taken the ITC. Now he will have to reverse that ITC. Means basically we are cancelling that sale transaction of compressor now. I hope I am clear with this, everyone. That point is given here. Yes. Okay. Then the next one. If the last point here if the distributor provides repair services along with replacement of parts to the customer free on behalf of the manufacturer, but charges the manufacturer for such repair services. Suppose if now I am providing repairing services also to the customer. Okay, repairing is my cost. Now repairing is distributor's cost. So distributor can charge it from the manufacturer by raising an invoice. Either he can raise the invoice or he can issue a debit note. It is one and the same thing. So he can do that and he can charge that amount from the manufacturer, and on that GST is going to be applicable. Yes, and the last point here which is coming is about the extended warranty. Okay, now if whenever a OEM is selling some goods, okay, to the customer, okay, they give an option now. 1 year free warranty is there. And if you want to take some extended warranty, then you can pay, you can get it for 2 more years, but you have to pay 999 rupees, let's say, for example. Okay, if this customer takes the extended warranty right away from the OEM. Okay, let's say he takes the extended warranty from the OEM itself, and that too right away, means along with the purchase of product only he is taking the extended warranty. Then in that case, this value of extended warranty, this amount of extended warranty will be added in the main value of goods. Because extended warranty will be considered as a composite supply with the main goods. Okay, but what if we take the extended warranty later? What if we take it later from the OEM? Let's say after 6 months we take it from the OEM. Then it will be considered as a separate supply of service. Acha, what if we take the extended warranty then and there itself, but from someone else, but from a third party? Means OEM is not providing the extended warranty, some third party is providing the extended warranty. Then though again it is a separate supply. Only when OEM is selling me the goods also and OEM is selling me the extended warranty together, then it will be considered as composite supply. Otherwise, so boss, it is going to be considered as individual supply only. Manageable till here? Yes, please try a question on this. Okay. Which was there in the May 26 paper. Okay, please try a question on this. Very nice question. 14-mark question was there in your May 26 paper. Please have a look at it. Okay, if you have already taken my intensive practice batch or the EOB lectures, then in that lecture we have already solved that May 26 paper question. Okay, if not, then please give it a try. Okay, all your circular pointers will get tested. Yes. Okay, so this was all about my warranty circular. Then after that, going on to the other circulars. Now only one big circular is left, that is in relation to that secondary discounts. Otherwise, everything is done. Okay, now this circular is talking about the demo vehicles. Okay, demo vehicles which is purchased by the automobile companies, etc. So if they are purchasing any demo vehicle which is going to be used for making further supply of such motor vehicles. Okay, if they are purchasing a demo vehicle for doing further supply of motor vehicles, means their main business is to sell the motor vehicles, and for that they have purchased one demo vehicle so that they can provide trial runs, etc. to the customer, etc. Then in that case we will assume that that demo vehicle is used in the course or furtherance of business, so ITC will be allowed. Okay, ITC will be allowed, ITC will not be blocked. Okay, but if this demo vehicle is not used for doing further supply of motor vehicles, but it is used for other purpose, maybe management is using it, okay, for its own purpose, or the employees for their transportation purpose it is used, then boss, ITC is going to be blocked on that demo vehicle. Okay, now listen, imagine I am a authorized dealer. Okay, I am an authorized dealer of some car brand. Okay, and I do not sell cars. I do not do further supply of cars. I simply act as an agent in between. I help connect the customers and the main company. I am just an agent in between. And now I have purchased a demo vehicle. Okay, maybe I just give the feel to the customers of the car, etc. But I am not engaged in further supply of cars. I am just acting as an agent. Then in that case, ITC on this demo vehicle will be blocked. Why? Only when the ITC will be allowed, only when this car is used for making further supply of motor vehicle. Here we are simply acting as an agent. We are not doing a further supply of car. So ITC on this is going to be blocked. Yes. Acha. When I purchase the demo vehicle, I have already taken the depreciation. If I have already taken the depreciation, then ITC will anyway not be allowed. That we already know, normal funda. Either you can take the depreciation or you can take the ITC. Right? And last point, if later this demo vehicle is sold, okay, what if it is subsequently sold? Then if this was considered as a capital goods, if it was considered as a capital asset, then we know the provisions of section 18(6) will apply. Do you recollect? ITC taken on that demo vehicle minus 5% per quarter, or tax payable on transaction value, whichever is higher. Sale of any capital goods, that same provision will apply for the demo vehicle also. Okay, if you want, I'll help you recollect. Section 18(6) read with rule number 44(6), that is ITC taken on the demo vehicle minus 5% per quarter, right from the date of purchase till now, or tax payable on transaction value, whichever is higher. That will be the amount of tax payable on sale of demo vehicle. Manageable till here, everyone? Doable till here? Manageable till here? Yes, okay. Then after that, everyone here. Now going ahead to the next circular, which talks about the telecommunication tower. Okay, very simple circular. So we know that when we were discussing about blocked ITC, okay, ITC blocked under section number 17(5), there we discussed about works contract, and in that we have discussed about plant and machinery. Okay, so works contract services, ITC on that in relation to immovable property, ITC on that is totally blocked except in some circumstances, and one of the exception is if that immovable property is a plant and machinery, then ITC on that is allowed. Okay, ITC on that is allowed. Okay, but in plant and machinery also, okay, there was a clarification that telecommunication towers along with land, building and other civil structures and pipelines which are laid outside the factory premises, that is excluded. Okay, telecommunication tower, land, building, other civil structures, etc., or any factory pipelines which is laid outside the factory, these are specifically excluded from the term called as plant and machinery. And so we can ultimately conclude that if you are constructing any telecommunication tower, or you are availing the services for construction of telecommunication tower, buildings, civil structures, etc., ITC on that, this is not considered as plant and machinery, so ITC on these items will be totally blocked. Okay, ITC on these will be totally blocked. Okay, this is one thing that I wanted to tell you. Another thing, okay, simultaneously we can directly do this circular. I'll come back to the previous one again. Okay, similarly they gave a circular for ducts and manholes which are used in optical fiber cable networks. Okay, so now what are they telling us here is, whenever we are providing any telecommunication services, okay, for that we will have to lay down the cable network. For laying down the cable network, we will have to use some ducts and manholes through which the wires etc. pass. So what about the ITC on ducts and manholes? See, I'm not talking about the telecommunication tower, I'm talking about the cable network. And for that cable network, we will need some ducts and manholes. What if we are availing the services for that ducts and manholes, work contract services for ducts and manholes? What about the GST of that? So here they are telling that that is not in the nature of telecommunication tower, that is not in the nature of land, that is not in the nature of civil structure, that is not in the nature of building. So this is normally included in plant and machinery. It was clarified. See, it is still like dicey, na? You can either assume it to be a plant and machinery or not to be assumed, but they clarified it by way of a circular that ducts and manholes will be considered as plant and machinery, and therefore ITC will be allowed and ITC is not restricted. I hope I am very, very clear with this. So telecommunication tower, ITC is blocked. Ducts and manholes for cable network, optical fiber cable network for telecommunication tower, ITC on that is going to be allowed. Manageable, everyone? Okay. Then after that, going to the next circular. Next circular talks about entitlement of ITC by insurance companies on expenses for repairs of motor vehicle under reimbursement mode. Okay, now please try to understand. Let's say there was some issue with my motor vehicle. Okay, so I took my motor vehicle to a local garage. Okay, I took it to a local garage for repairs. Okay, and then I suddenly remembered that, oh God, I have my insurance policy, so I can claim this expense from my insurance company. So what I told to that garage person was, you please do the repairs and please give the invoice in the name of the insurance company. Because ultimately I will go to the insurance company, he will ask for invoice and then only he will give me my money back as insurance claim, right? So now in this case, please try to understand. In this case, can I say garage person? Okay, garage person is going to give the invoice in the name of the insurance company, right? Garage person is the supplier of the service and actually I am the recipient, but can I say insurance company will reimburse it back to me. Insurance company is the one who is liable to pay the consideration, so he will be considered as the recipient. Yes, now listen here. In this case, let's say the garage person charged 40,000 rupees plus GST for doing the repairs. Let's say he charged 40,000 rupees plus GST for doing the repairs. Okay, then I took this invoice to the insurance company and I told to the insurance company, sir, give me my money. Okay, let's say for example, just for simplicity, I am taking just for simplicity, let's say this total amount comes to 55,000 rupees. I go to the insurance company and I tell to the insurance company, sir, give me my 55,000. See, because I would have temporarily paid to the garage person. Now I will take it as a reimbursement from the insurance company. I go to the insurance company, I tell him, sir, please give me my 55,000. Insurance company says that, wait, let my valuer check your vehicle, that whether this much amount of expense is justified or not. Insurance company did all the homework, it did all the valuations, etc. And then now it is telling me that you will get a claim, but only of 40,000 rupees and not 55,000 rupees. I said, okay, fine, at least give me my 40,000 rupees, at least I will take that. So now here, the question that arises here is, can I say, first of all, insurance company, whatever claim it is going to pay to me of 40,000, anyway, on this, there is no GST applicable, right? We had discussed this in the beginning of the lecture itself. Insurance claim is an actionable claim. So on that, there is anyway no GST applicable. Okay. Now, so on this, there is no question of GST. Now, next question is, can insurance company take ITC on this 40,000? Can insurance company take ITC on this 40,000 rupees of expense? Answer is yes. If the insurance company is having the invoice in its name, means if the garage person has issued the invoice in the name of insurance company, then it can take the ITC. But can it take the ITC on entire 40,000 or can it take only on the proportionate amount? It can take only on the proportionate amount. Did you understand why? Because this GST, this ITC which it was planning to take, this is on the basic value of 40,000 where the total invoice was of 55,000. but it has not passed the claim of 55,000. It has passed the claim only of 45,000. So only on the proportionate amount the insurance company is eligible to take the claim. Are you understanding this? So only on, so not on 55,000. Okay, not on the basis of 55,000, but on the basis of 40,000, it can take the ITC. Are you understanding this, everyone? Manageable till here. See what are they telling us here? Insurance companies providing general insurance services in respect of motor vehicles settle claim either cashless or reimbursed. Okay, in both the modes, invoices are generally issued by the garage in the name of insurance company, and insurance company accounts for the repair liability, and it does the appropriate payment. It approves the repair charges. Now, ITC is available to the insurance company on such repair expenses to the extent of approved claim cost. Okay, where the invoice is issued in the name of insurance company. Acha, and if the invoice is not in the name of insurance company, then forget about GST, because it is a basic rule of ITC chapter that if you want to take the ITC, then invoice should be there, proper invoice should be there in your name. So if the garage has issued the invoice in the name of the insurance company, okay, if the garage has issued the invoice in the name of insurance company, then the insurance company can take the ITC of the same. Are you understanding this, everyone? Yes? Acha, theek. Manageable. If it has not issued the invoice in the name of insurance company, if it gave the invoice in the name of the vehicle owner, then the insurance company cannot take any ITC. Are you understanding this? So the claim approved, can I say claim approved was in the ratio of 40,000 divided by 55,000. 40,000 in front of 55,000, and let's say the tax amount in between was 15,000 rupees here. The tax amount in difference was 15,000. So only of this proportionate amount it will be able to take the ITC. Manageable, doable. Yes, take it. Then after that, last few circulars. Okay, last few circulars from your ITC. Now here they are asking ITC in the hands of supplier in respect of sales promotion scheme. Okay, now listen, let's say I have purchased, okay, this is my product. Okay, I have purchased this particular product and I am going to give it as free gift to someone, or I am going to give it as free samples to someone. Then can I say on free gifts and free samples which I am giving it to my unrelated person, there will be no GST applicable. Then what about the ITC on its purchases? What about the ITC on its purchases? Can I take the ITC or I cannot take the ITC? So the answer is very simple. If outward is not taxable, then on inward also you cannot take any ITC. Okay, that was one point. Second point is about BOGO. Okay, in case of BOGO, can we say, in case of BOGO, let's say I have purchased 10 goods. Okay, and now I'm going to supply these 10 goods. Okay, first I purchase the 10 goods and then I'm going to supply these 10 goods, but under some offer. Okay, and this we have discussed normally also, that BOGO, even if it looks free, but it is not free. Okay, so if I have purchased some goods which I'm going to supply in BOGO, then on the supply there will be some GST. At least on the half price there will be GST. So inward is also available. ITC on the inward supply is also available. Okay, when is ITC blocked or when is ITC not available? Only when the outward is fully exempted, or on the outward there is fully no tax payable, then only ITC will be blocked. But if there is some tax also payable on the outward, then inward is going to be allowed. ITC on inward supply is going to be allowed. Are you understanding this? Yes. Then the next one is talking about discounts including buy more, save more offers and secondary discount. Okay, now you must have heard about this now. Many a times the supplier offers discount to the customers that if you buy more, okay, if you buy more, like in a particular year, if you buy this much of quantity from me, then as soon as you achieve this much quantity, we will give you some discount. So then in such cases, how about the ITC? How about the ITC to the recipient, So if it is a post-supply discount, okay, if it is a post-supply discount, this we have already studied in our value of supply chapter under section number 15.3. If it is a post-supply discount, okay, and if the condition already existed at the time of making the agreement that there can be a discount which can be given by the supplier to the recipient, then in that case, credit note can be issued by the supplier to the recipient, but the recipient will have to reverse the proportionate amount of ITC. Means supplier's output tax liability will reduce only if the recipient reduces his liability. That same point is coming up here. Okay, and the last one is again secondary discounts, any other discounts, okay, for which there was no terms and conditions between the supplier and the recipient, and it was simply a discount which was given by the supplier to the recipient after supply. So for that, no deduction is allowed under section number 15.3, and if no deduction is allowed under section 15.3, then my tax liability, ITC, everything will remain unchanged. There will be no changes in the output tax liability and the ITC. Yes. Okay. Then after that, the next point, everyone here, check the next point. Next point is next circular is talking about return of time expired medicines or drugs. Okay, time expired medicines or drugs. This is applicable to other products also, and it is applicable to medicines, etc. also. Okay, now let's say there is a manufacturer, then there is a wholesaler, then there is a distributor, then there is a retailer. This is how the flow is. Okay, now let's say there are some medicines which are sold by the manufacturer ultimately till the retailer, and then he normally sells it to the customer. Okay, now retailer is having some stock with himself. Retailer is having some stock with himself, and that stock has already expired. And there was an agreement that if the expired stock is there, then we can return it back through the same flow. We can return it back to the person from whom we have purchased it. Now, when the retailer is selling it back, sending it back or selling it back to the distributor, either he can issue a credit note if the time period of credit note has not yet expired. Either he can issue a credit note for that. Okay, or he can issue a fresh invoice. If the time limit for credit note has already expired, then he can issue a fresh invoice, and whenever that will be considered as a fresh invoice. Similarly, distributor can do it to the wholesaler, and similarly, wholesaler will ultimately sell it. Okay, wholesaler will ultimately sell it to the manufacturer. Please try to understand, when wholesaler is selling it to the manufacturer, can I say wholesaler is the supplier and now manufacturer is the recipient? So wholesaler, when he supplies it to the manufacturer, he will charge the GST. Okay, he will charge GST and he will pay it to the government. What about manufacturer? Manufacturer is the recipient. Can he take the ITC on the same? Yes, he can take the ITC on the same. But later, what is the manufacturer going to do with those medicines? Let's say manufacturer is ultimately going to destroy those medicines. If manufacturer is going to ultimately destroy those medicines, then can he take the ITC or he will have to block that ITC? If he has taken the ITC on the purchases of the goods, which he is not going to sell it further, which he is ultimately going to destroy. So can we say there is no tax on outward supply by the manufacturer? Because manufacturer is the last person is going to destroy those medicines. So if he is going to destroy, then can we say there is no outward tax? If there is no outward tax, then can I say manufacturer can also not take any ITC? So whatever ITC he has taken on the invoice received from the wholesaler, he will have to block it. Did you understand this, everyone? So last person who is ultimately going to destroy it, that person cannot take the ITC of the same. That is given here. Yes? Okay. Then after that, next point, everyone. This you must have studied in the concepts itself. This is a circular relating to apportionment of ITC in cases of business reorganization. Okay, in cases of business reorganization, that is in case of demerger, etc. Whenever a particular entity gets demerged in 2 or more units, then ITC is also required to be apportioned between all the units. In what ratio the ITC is apportioned? In the ratio of value of assets. Right, in the ratio of value of assets which is given to the new unit. In that ratio, it is required to be apportioned. Now, when you apportion, are you required to apportion CGST, SGST, UTGST individually or taken together? Yes, you will take it together. Okay, you will take it together. Sum of CGST, etc. You will take it together and then you will distribute it in the ratio of value of assets. This value of assets that you're going to distribute, this is going to be on all India basis or this is going to be on state basis. So whatever is the value of assets that we have demerged to the new unit in a particular state, in that ratio we are going to do the distribution of ITC. Okay, so this is to be taken. The value of assets will be taken at state level and not at all India level. Okay, and you are not going to do individual apportionment of ITCs. You will take the sum of all the taxes and then you will do the apportionment. This was told by this particular circular. I'm sure you must have done questions also on this. Chalo. Then after that, going on to the next circular which talks about secondary discounts. Okay, secondary discounts or post-sale discount. Very simple point. Okay, it looks difficult, it looks big, but it is actually very, very simple. Please try to understand this. Now, this circular talks about treatment of secondary or post-sale discount under GST. Okay, secondary or post-sale discount under GST. Now, we already know that whenever there is a post-sale discount given or whenever there is a secondary discount which is given by the supplier to the recipient, okay, which do not fulfill the conditions of section number 15(3), then in that case, it is not going to have any impact on our GST. Okay, means let's say the supplier first he sold the goods to the recipient. Okay, the transaction is already completed. Okay, there was no agreement between the supplier and the recipient that later he is going to give some discount. And now because of some XYZ reason, supplier gives the discount to the recipient later, post-supply discount. Then in that case, supplier can give this discount to the recipient by issuing commercial credit note. You must have heard about this term, financial or commercial credit note. Yes, that is going to impact your accounts books, but that is not going to impact your GST books. So for that, the supplier is not required to reduce this tax liability and recipient is also not required to reverse its ITC. As simple as that. This we have already studied in our value of supply chapter. That was just asserted by this particular circular. That was the first issue. Okay, no reduction. There is no reduction in transaction value of supply and accordingly tax liability will also not get reduced. And there is no need to reverse. There is no need to reverse the ITC also by the recipient. Everyone manageable till here. Okay. Now going ahead, everyone here, now going ahead to this second point. Okay, this is a little important. Now let's say for example, there was a manufacturer. Okay, I'll write it here. There was a manufacturer. Manufacturer was selling the goods to the dealer or the distributor and the dealer or distributor was ultimately selling it to the customer. Now what happened was manufacturer sold the car. This was actually introduced for this circular was actually for the automobile sector only. So I am just giving the same example. Let's say manufacturer is selling some car. Manufacturer is selling some car to the dealer or the distributor. Okay, he sold it. Let's say he sold it for 5 lakh rupees. Okay, dealer or distributor is selling it to the customer, let's say for 7 lakh rupees. Just for example, I am telling you, let's say he is selling it to the customer for 7 lakh rupees. Now what happened? Okay, both the supplies are over. Then the manufacturer was simply thinking that the festive time is coming. Let's say for example, Diwali is coming. So manufacturer just thought that I should give a 50,000 rupees of discount to the dealer. Why? Manufacturer thought that let me give 50,000 rupees of discount to the dealer so that the dealer can also pass on that discount to the customer and dealer can increase the sales. Because if we give more discount to the customer, generally the sales goes up. So ultimately it is going to benefit the manufacturer only. So manufacturer just thought that he should give a 50,000 rupees of discount to the dealer. Okay, manufacturer is not having any connection with the customer. Manufacturer is not having any connection with the customer and these sales are also done. And now the manufacturer is thinking of giving an ad hoc discount of 50,000 rupees to the dealer. So then the GST department said that this 50,000 rupees of consideration, which was paid by manufacturer to the dealer, this should be included in the value. This should be included in the value of this 7 lakh rupees. Why? Because this is considered as inducement of supply of goods. Means the manufacturer is telling that I have given this 50,000 so that the dealer can increase the sale of the goods, induce the sale of the goods to the end customer and hence it should be included in the monetary value for the inducement to supply the goods manufactured by him to the end customer. Means the goods that he is ultimately selling it to the customer, the goods that he is going to ultimately sell it to the customer, in that value it is to be included. So then it was clarified. That boss, here manufacturer has already sold the goods to the dealer. Dealer has already sold the goods to the customer. He will keep on selling the goods to the customer. There is no agreement between the manufacturer and the customer. And these discounts which is given by the manufacturer to the dealer, this is simply a what do we say? price which is offered by the manufacturer to the dealer just for competition, okay, just for increase the sales. Okay, and this is not linked to the price at which we are selling it to the customer. So it was decided by way of this circular that this discount cannot be included in the consideration for inducement for doing further supply of goods to the customer. So for this, when the dealer is receiving 50,000, he is not required to include it in the value. This is simply considered as a post-supply discount, not having any implications under GST. Are you understanding this? Yes. So when there is no connection between the manufacturer, dealer, customer, like manufacturer and the customer basically here, then you cannot say that dealer got this 50,000 for doing this supply to the customer. Okay, this is one point. Now another point. Let's say the second point. Let's say there is a manufacturer, then there is a dealer or a distributor in between, and then there is a customer. Okay, let's say this manufacturer is Maruti Suzuki, for example. Okay, manufacturer was selling it for 5 lakh rupees, dealer was selling it for, let's say, 6 lakh rupees to the customer, for example. Then what happened? Manufacturer came up with a big advertisement. Okay, it came up with a big hoarding that anyone who purchases Maruti Suzuki car, you are going to get the car at 5,50,000 rupees. You are going to get the car at 5,50,000 rupees. This Maruti came up with a public announcement kind of a thing. And it promised that if you purchase the car this Diwali, let's say for example, you will get it at 5,50,000 rupees. Then the dealer thought, boss, I'm purchasing at 5 lakh. I'm selling it to the customer at 6 lakh. Now you are coming in between and you're promising to the customer that you will get it at 5,50,000 rupees. Who will bear this loss? So manufacturer says that don't worry. I have reduced your normal selling price by 50,000 rupees. So I will compensate you for this 50,000. So manufacturer is going to pay this 50,000 rupees to the dealer. Why? So that the dealer can further sell it at 5,50,000 to the customer without any further loss. Now here, can I say here there is kind of an agreement between the manufacturer and the end customer. So can we say, and this discount was already given before the supply. This discount was already given before the supply. This notice was put already before the supply. So can we say this is a proper post-sale discount, post-supply discount for which the terms and conditions was agreed at the time of supply itself. So here in this case, what is going to happen? It was clarified that such a post-sale discount given by the manufacturer to the dealer for supplying the goods to the end customer at a discounted rate should be included in the overall consideration as it is an inducement towards supply of goods by the dealer to the end customer. Now it is going to be included in the value. So generally in this case, what happens is dealer, okay, when the dealer is going to invoice it to the customer, okay, dealer will invoice to the customer at 5,50,000 rupees only. Okay, he will invoice that 5,50,000 rupees only. And dealer is going to raise a separate invoice on the manufacturer for 50,000 rupees, the discount that he is going to get. So can we say the dealer is going to get 5,50,000 rupees from the customer and dealer is going to get 50,000 rupees from the manufacturer. And both the transactions are going to be taxable under GST. Manageable till here, everyone. So whenever the manufacturer is not having any agreement with the end customer, then it cannot say that it was a consideration for inducement of sale to the customer. But when we had an agreement with the ultimate customer, then in that case, whatever extra consideration the dealer is going to get, that will be included in the value. Manageable till here, everyone. Yes. And the last point. Okay, now please try to understand. Now, whenever, let's say again, there is a manufacturer, then there is a dealer, and then there is a customer. Okay, now here they are asking whether a post-sale discount extended by manufacturer to dealer, can it be treated as consideration in lieu of activities performed to promote the sale of goods? Okay, now please try to understand. Manufacturer sells the goods to the dealer, ownership comes to the dealer. Then dealer sells it to the customer, ownership goes to the customer. Now, as a post-sale discount, let's say 50,000 rupees was offered by manufacturer to the dealer. No agreement between manufacturer and the customer. Let's say there was a post-sale discount of 50,000 rupees which was offered by manufacturer to the dealer. So can it be said that this 50,000 rupees which the manufacturer has paid it to the dealer, this is for promoting his goods? So answer is no. This is not for the purpose of, this is not a separate service. I am not providing a separate service to the manufacturer for promoting his goods. Am I participating in any exhibition, in any fair, etc. for promoting the goods of the manufacturer? No. Simply he is giving me 50,000 rupees. So this cannot be considered as charges received for doing his promotion. This cannot be considered as that, and this will be normally considered as a post-supply discount on which there will be no impact of GST. Acha, but what if I do some promotional activities for the manufacturer? What if I participate in some exhibitions? What if I go and participate in some fair? Or what if I do some other activity for promoting his sales? Then whatever separate consideration that I'm going to charge, on that the GST is going to be applicable. Are you understanding this? Yes, everyone. This was all about my treatment of secondary or post-sale discounts. Everyone, simple and manageable, doable till here. Yes. Okay. Then after that, going on to the last point of circulars from the ITC chapter, everyone here. Now, this is actually from value of supply. It has impact from value of supply chapter, and then it is coming under ITC chapter also. Do you recollect in our value of supply chapter when we were doing rule number 32? Do you recollect in rule number 32, we did about money exchangers, foreign currency dealers, life insurance policies, premium on that, etc. So whenever a life insurance company is issuing any policy to a policy holder, okay, can I say he is required to pay the premium on it? Do you recollect this thing? He is required to pay the premium. And on this premium, GST is applicable. Okay, now ma'am, valuation for this will be done as per rule number 32. So if it is a risk only policy, then on entire premium, GST will be applicable. Right? On entire premium, GST will be applicable. But if it is a risk plus investment policy, do you recollect this? If it is a risk plus investment policy, then on the investment part, there is no GST applicable. Only on the risk part, the GST is going to apply. Do you recollect this? So can we say from the total premium, let's say the total premium is 10,000 and from that investment part is 25%. So we subtract this 25% and GST is applicable only on the balance 7,500. Okay, think from LIC point of view, when it is issuing a risk plus investment policy to the customer and he's charging a total premium of 10,000. So GST is applicable only on 7,500. So is LIC required to do any reversal of ITC? Okay, whatever was the inputs, okay, whatever is the inputs of LIC, input or input services of LIC, is it required to do any proportionate reversal for that? Answer is no. Okay, ma'am, first of all, why did this question arise? Arey Baba, because LIC was actually doing a supply of 10,000, but from that, only 7,500 is taxable. So, will you consider this 2,500 as exempt supply? Or is it just a method of valuation? This is just a method of valuation. This 2,500 is not an exempt supply. And that's the reason you are not required to do any reversal of rule number 42-43 by doing E by F. Only when it is an exempt supply, then you have to do the reversal. But here we are not paying the tax on the entire amount because of rule number 32. So the LIC is not required to do any reversal on its input tax credit. Are you understanding this? Yes. So this was all about my circulars till the ITC chapter. Everyone, manageable, doable till here, everyone. Yes. Okay, so let's continue ahead with the last few circulars here, everyone. Now, this is one small circular from your registration chapter that pertains to a commission agent. Okay, when there is any services provided by commission agent of APMC, okay, then what is the registration procedure applicable on him? So normally we have studied in section number 24 about compulsory registration, that whenever there is a person who is providing services on someone else's behalf, then he has to take compulsory registration. Irrespective of his turnover, etc., compulsory registration is required. But it was clarified that that agent, when is he liable for compulsory registration? Only when he is making taxable supply of goods or services on behalf of other taxable person. Means if there is an agent who is doing supply on behalf of a principal and that principal is also a taxable person, then in such case I am required to take compulsory registration. Means two conditions are required to be satisfied. One is the principal on whose behalf I am doing this supply, that person should be a taxable person, and secondly the supply that I am doing, okay, the supply that I am doing should also be a taxable supply. But generally what happens in case of agricultural produce? Okay, agent who is doing the supply on behalf of a principal. Principal is whom? Principal is a agriculturist. He is a farmer and farmer is not a taxable person. So whenever an agent is doing supply on behalf of an agriculturist, means that principal is a non-taxable person. Then in that case, this agent is not liable for compulsory registration. Are you understanding this? He is not liable for compulsory registration. Okay, another point, can we say the supply that he is doing? Can we say he is doing a supply of commission services? He is doing supply of services by way of acting as a commission agent, and that too for under APMC Act and all that. And that is anyway exempted from GST, that we have studied in our exemption chapter. And hence they are not required to get themselves registered. So both my conditions are fulfilled. The person on the basis of whom, on behalf of whom I am doing the supply, he is not a taxable person, and the supply that I am doing, commission agent services that I am providing, even that is not a taxable supply. So the question of compulsory registration does not arise at all. Okay, that does not arise at all. And next one. Now, if this commission agent is availing some services on which he is required to pay the tax under RCM. Okay, commission agent, he was doing some outward supply. Now, what if he is taking some inward supply? Let's say GTA services he is taking, or let's say he is availing some legal services or any other services on which RCM is applicable. Then he will have to pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism. Then he is required to get himself compulsorily registered. Are you understanding this, everyone? Yes. So this clarification is very, very important. It's not that all the agents are liable for compulsory registration. In case of agricultural produce, only if the main person on whose behalf I am doing the supply, if that person is a taxable person, and the supply that we are doing, the supply which is done by the commission agent, if that supply is a taxable supply, then only he has to take a compulsory registration, not otherwise. Are you understanding this? Not otherwise. Yes. Take. Then after that, next point, this was there in your e-way bill. Okay, after e-way bill, basically this point was there. So now you will understand this from the diagram. Okay, you will understand this from the diagram. This circular was applicable for textile industries. Generally, textile people in India. Okay, the people who are dealing in the textile industry, generally those people used to take do this kind of transaction. So what was happening was, when there was a supplier, okay, who wanted to supply some goods. Can you see this cloths is also here in the diagram? Yes. So whenever the supplier was supplying some goods to the recipient, what was recipient doing? Recipient was not bringing all the goods to his premises immediately. He was using the transporter's godown to store his goods for the timing, and later, as and when required, he was bringing the goods to his own place of business. Okay, this was generally happening. So what was happening was, how was the transportation taking place? The transportation started from the supplier's premises. It stopped at the transporter's godown or at his warehouse, and later it was transported from his place to the recipient's place of business. Now for this, what did the GST department say? GST department said that, okay, we do not have any problem in that. But for that, first of all, because you are storing it at some other place, which is not your place of business. Okay, the department told to the recipient that, boss, if you want to bring it to your premises, bring it. But if you don't want to bring it at your premises, and if you want to store it at some other premises, then show that other premises as your additional place of business. Okay, this is the first thing that we have to do. Second thing is, now this cannot be done under a single e-way bill. Okay, there will be two different e-way bills that will be required. First e-way bill is going to be from the supplier's premises to the warehouse, and second e-way bill is going to be from that warehouse to our premises. Okay, so this was just a clarification that how are we going to do, how to calculate the e-way bill validity. Will it be from first point to the last point? So the answer is no. There will be two different bills that will be e-way bill that will be required for the first transaction and for the second transaction separately. Manageable till here, everyone? Doable? Check. Then after that, next one, point number 70. Even this was very, very simple. Circular number, this 198/10/2023. This was talking about e-invoices. Okay, now we have already studied that e-invoice is applicable if your aggregate turnover in any of the preceding financial year from 17-18 onwards, if it has exceeded rupees 5 crore, then you are required to issue the e-way bill for all the B2B invoices and export. Do you recollect this? For all the B2B invoices and export specifically, you are required to issue the e-invoice. Okay, e-invoice mechanism you already know. You prepare the invoice in your own software, then you take it to the IRP. Then when you take it to the IRP, then they generate the QR code, and then QR code is generated and IRN is generated, then it is sent back to you. That's how the e-way bill is generated, right? Not e-way bill, e-invoice is generated. Now the question that arose was, the people whose turnover has already exceeded the turnover limits, when they are doing the supplies to government department and PSUs. Okay, let's say there is a registered business entity when it is doing some supply to government department or PSU who is registered only for the purpose of TDS under section 51. Only for the purpose of TDS under section 51, then will you call this person as a B2B or will you call this person as a registered person? See, when it is B2B, then we know that e-invoice is required. B2B means registered person to another registered person. So the question that arises is, if we are doing some supply to government departments or PSUs who is registered only for the purpose of TDS, will they be considered as a registered person? So it was clarified by way of the circular that yes, even they will be considered as a registered person. And if if supplier is eligible to issue the e-invoice, if the supplier is eligible to issue the e-invoice, so when it is doing any supply to the government department or PSU, even if he is registered only for the purpose of TDS, still he is registered, then in this case also we are required to issue the e-invoice. So if that person is normally registered or if that person is registered for the purpose of TDS, doesn't matter, that person will be considered as a registered person. Yes, that was clarified by way of this. Then after that, going ahead to the next circular. Next circular is talking about ITC, wrongly availed and wrongly utilized. Okay, so we already know that if you wrongly avail some ITC, okay, till the time you wrongly avail, that is okay. But as soon as you start doing wrong utilization of ITC, then in that case, that creates a trouble. And then whatever is the wrong utilization of ITC, you will have to pay it back to the government along with interest from the date of utilization till the day you repay it back to the government. Right? Now, when will you understand that it is a wrong utilization of ITC? Let's say I have availed. Okay, let's say I have availed some ITC. Let's say I have availed some ITC and the amount of ITC availed is equal. Okay, now in this availment, let's say correct ITC is equal to 5 lakh rupees and wrongly availed ITC is another 5 lakh rupees. Total amount kept in my credit ledger is 10 lakh rupees. Now, when I started doing the utilization, I wrongly utilized. I utilized 6 lakh rupees of ITC. Now, my question to you is, have I done some wrong utilization of ITC? Answer is yes. So, first we will assume that we have utilized this 5 lakh correctly. And can I say from this wrong, I have utilized 1 lakh rupees of ITC? From this wrong, I have utilized 1 lakh rupee. So, on this wrong utilization of ITC, interest will be applicable. Now, when I am checking this wrong utilization, am I required to check it headwise like CGST, SGST, IGST, or will I take a sum of all of this together? So when you are checking your wrong utilization of ITC, this ITC, this 5 lakh, whatever I am taking, this is nothing but the total ITC. Okay, this is the sum of CGST, SGST, UTGST, whatever it is going to be the sum of all of that. That was the first issue that was clarified there. Okay, second issue, everyone here, listen. Second issue is, ma'am, what about compensation cess? Ma'am, what about compensation cess? So for compensation cess, whenever you are checking the wrong utilization, then just check compensation cess only. Because GST compensation cess, which was applicable earlier, that was allowed to be utilized only against GST compensation cess. So for that you just have to take the cess into picture. That cannot be combined with CGST, SGST. Manageable? Okay. Then after that, next chapter, everyone, TDS, TCS chapter, next point. One circular here. Now here they are talking about multiple e-commerce operators. Okay, so we already know that whenever a transaction is done through an e-commerce operator, an e-commerce operator collects the payment from the customer and he remits the amount to the supplier, then ECO is liable to collect some amount of TCS. Okay, he will collect the TCS and he will pay it to the government. But now there were two issues which arose here was, first one, let's say there is a supplier. Okay, let's say there is a supplier. Then the supplier has sold the goods through ECO. This ECO, okay, he sold the goods through the e-commerce operator. Then there was a buyer. Buyer purchased the goods through an e-commerce operator. Okay, when the buyer was purchasing the goods from the e-commerce operator, he placed the transaction on this website. It was linked with this supplier side ECO, and then supplier side ECO gave the order to the supplier who fulfilled it. Now in this case, can we say there are two e-commerce operators which are involved in between? If there are two e-commerce operators which are involved in between, then who is responsible to collect the TCS? Please always remember one thing, okay, be it any scenario, the one who ultimately pays the consideration to the supplier. The one who ultimately pays the consideration to the supplier, that person will be responsible to collect the TCS. Can I say your buyer will pay to buyer side ECO, buyer side ECO will transfer it to supplier side ECO, and then he will pay it to the supplier. The person who ultimately pays it to the supplier, that person will be required to collect the TCS. So in this case, the supplier side ECO will be required to collect the TCS. Okay, then similarly, issue number 2. Okay, issue number 2. Now there was a buyer. Buyer placed the transaction on the buyer side ECO, and buyer side ECO plays the transaction with the supplier, and supplier is a supplier also and he is a ECO also. Example, Amazon. Amazon sells its own goods also and plus it is the ECO also. Now in this case, who is required to collect the TCS? So again the one who is going to ultimately do the payment to the supplier. Can I say now the buyer side ECO, buyer will pay it to the buyer side ECO, buyer side ECO will pay the amount to the supplier. The one who ultimately pays the amount to the supplier, that is the buyer side ECO, will be responsible to pay the, to collect the TCS. Are you understanding? So the concept is very, very clear. The one who ultimately gives the amount, the person who last gives the amounts to the supplier, that person is responsible for collecting the TCS and making the payment to the government. Understanding this? Yes. Okay. Then after that, going to the next point. See what is the next point talking about. Next point was there in your returns chapter. Okay, it was there in your returns chapter in GSTR 9 and GSTR 9C. So GSTR 9 you must be already knowing. GSTR 9 talks about the annual return, and some people are also required to submit the GSTR 9C, that self-reconciliation statement, etc. So what they clarified here was the one who is required to submit 9C. Okay, then 9 and 9C is to be considered as a total package. It's not that 9 is different and 9C is different. If you are eligible to submit 9C, then boss, you have to submit 9 plus 9C. So if there is any delay in submitting the returns, then the late fee is not applicable for both the returns individually. Okay, late fee will be applicable only once. Okay, late fee will be applicable only once. So now, suppose if 9C is not applicable to you. Okay, suppose if you are not required to submit 9C, then what about the late fee? Then late fee will be applicable only for GSTR 9. Means whatever was the due date for GSTR 9 after 31st December. If there is any delay, only for those number of days your late fees will be applicable. Acha, what if you are required to furnish 9C? What if you are required to furnish 9C? Means what happened here was you first furnished GSTR 9. Okay, and then later you furnished GSTR 9C. Then in that case, can we say there is some delay because this should have been furnished together? Then in that case, whatever was the due date of annual return, okay, whatever was the due date of annual return, let's say 31st of December, okay, then in that case, after that, whatever is the number of days delay, let's say from 1st of January, your late fees is going to start and it is going to go till the time you furnish 9C. Okay, so it's not that for 9 a separate late fee is applicable and for 9C a separate late fee is applicable. It's not that. Are you understanding this? Take it. Then after that, going ahead to the next one. Next point talks about your appeal limits. Okay, this we have already studied. Actually, it is a conceptual point, but it was a clarification. So we are just doing it here. This is coming from your appeals and revisions chapter. You must have heard about departmental appeal. Yes, that section number 120 of the CGST Act says that the CBIC can anytime set the limits for departmental appeal just to avoid unnecessary number of appeals. And then there was a clarification issued in which they fixed the limit for departmental appeal. Before GST 80, monetary limit should be at least rupees 20 lakhs, High Court 1 crore and Supreme Court 2 crore. Only when this much amount is involved, only then the department can go and file the appeal. Okay, so this is what you must have already studied also. Acha, if the appeal relates to tax, okay, tax plus interest or only tax, then whatever limits we studied about, that is to be checked only for the tax. Okay, if the appeal pertains only to interest, then we'll check the interest amount. If the appeal pertains only to penalty, we'll check the penalty amount. If it pertains only to late fee, we'll check only the late fee limits, means these limits. Okay, if it is interest, penalty and late fee, means there is no tax but combination of all of these together, then you will take the total of all of these and you will check with your monetary limit. Okay, and if the appeal relates to erroneous refund, wrong refund, then whatever was your amount of refund involved, you will check that whether your monetary limits are met or not, and only then the department will be able to apply before the GST 80, High Court and the Supreme Court. These were the monetary limits set, but in some cases they told that, boss, we are not going to check the monetary limits and we are going to directly go for the appeal. You must have already studied about this. When the act is ultra vires the Constitution of India, when the rules and regulations are ultra vires to the main act, when the orders, notifications, circulars issued by the government are ultra vires the main act, when the matter relates to valuation, matter relates to place of supply, matter relates to classification, matter relates to issue which is recurring in nature and we now require a proper interpretation, then we can go for the appeal. Or when some charges, bad comments, etc. have been made against the government, then we can directly go for the appeal. Or whenever it is whenever CBIC is of the opinion that we should go and file the appeal, then we can directly go and file the appeal irrespective of the monetary limit. Okay, and secondly, this is one thing. So this was the benefit that was given to the department, that in exceptional cases, you can still go and file the appeal even if your monetary limits are not met. Okay, and on the other hand, what are they telling? That just because your monetary limits are met, please don't go for an appeal. Okay, see the case, if it is such a case which can be easily decided on the basis of merits, then don't go for the appeal. Okay, just because your monetary limits are exceeded, you want to go for an appeal, that is nonsense. If on the basis of merits of the case, if you feel that appeal is required, then only go for the appeal. Okay, and similar points, those points were told in this particular clarification. I am 100% sure you must have done this in your appeals and revision chapter. If not done, then please read this along with section number 120 in your appeals and revision chapter. Manageable till here? Okay. Then after that, going to the next one, circular, circular number 161 of 2021. Okay, so here they are discussing about export of services. So I'll just explain it to you. Please try to understand. We have already studied when will a supply be considered as export of service. I told you when we were doing place of supply. So the location of supplier should be in India. Location of recipient should be outside India. Place of supply should also be outside India. Consideration should be received in convertible foreign currency or INR wherever it is permitted by RBI. And these two people, supplier and recipient, should not be merely establishment of distinct persons. Okay, they should not be distinct persons. Then we can consider this as export of services. Now, ma'am, when will we say that they are not merely establishment of distinct persons? Please try to understand. Let's say the supplier here in India is the head office and recipient outside India is the branch office. Okay, both are, can I say both are same entity only? Can we call both of them as distinct persons? So in this case, it will not be considered as export. Okay, but what if supplier is a holding company and what if recipient is a subsidiary company? Then are they one single entity or are they two different entities? Then they are two different entities. Then any supply done by this holding company to subsidiary company can be considered as export if all the other conditions are fulfilled. So they should, supplier and recipient should not be merely establishment of distinct persons. They should be different persons altogether. They cannot be distinct persons. Are you understanding this? Or we can say that, let's say, if A Limited is there in India, it is the supplier, and B Limited is there outside India and it is incorporated as per foreign laws. Okay, B Inc is there which is incorporated as per foreign laws and A Limited is incorporated as per Indian laws. Then you can call it as two different entities and supply between them can be considered as export. But if they are merely establishment of distinct persons, if they are merely distinct persons, then it cannot be considered as export of services. Okay, and the last one, everyone, last circular which is coming up here, that talks about subcontracting service. Okay, subcontracting. I will give you an example for this. Now let's say A Limited is there here. A Limited is situated here in India. A Limited entered into a contract with B Inc of USA. Okay, it entered into a contract with B Inc of USA and it agreed to pay a consideration of 1 lakh US dollars. It agreed to pay a consideration. Okay, and A Limited was going to provide the services to B Inc. Now for this purpose, A Limited took help of C Inc of USA. Means A Limited told to C Inc of USA, can you help me in providing this service, for which C Inc was going to get a consideration of $20,000. Okay, so my first contract was with B Inc. First supply was A to B. Okay, for which I am going to get a consideration of $1 lakh. Now, for providing this service, I took the help of C Inc. and C Inc. was going to help me for providing this service. So, basically, I subcontracted some service to C Inc. So, can I say my second supply is going to be C to A? C Inc. is going to provide the service to A Limited for a consideration of rupees $20,000. For a consideration of $20,000. Yes, now here, what happened was, what was the agreed contract between the parties was, can I say, I will get 1 lakh US dollars from B Inc. and out of that I will have to pay 20,000 to C Inc. So what I told to B Inc. was, you give me net 80,000. Okay, so B Inc. was going to, instead of 1 lakh, it was going to give me 80,000 and B Inc. will pay 20,000 directly to C Inc. in US itself. So everyone is getting their money properly, just that what I thought was, I will not take full 1 lakh US dollars in India. I will take the net 80,000 in India and I will tell B Inc. to pay 20,000 USD to C Inc. in US itself. And RBI also allows this. Okay, but now the question that arises here is, when A Limited is going to raise an invoice on B Inc., when A Limited will raise an export invoice on B Inc., will it be for $80,000 or will it be for 1 lakh? So the answer is, it is going to be for 1 lakh US dollars because the contract was for 1 lakh US dollars, although we have done the net settlement of $80,000. So that is going to be for 1 lakh US dollars and that will be considered as export of service if my export conditions are fulfilled. Second point, second. Can I say C Inc. is also providing some services to A Limited in India? C Inc. is in USA, it is providing some services to A Limited in India. Can we call this as import of service? We are importing some services from C Inc. and this is imported in the course or furtherance of business for a consideration. We were going to pay a consideration of 20,000. Basically, B paid on my behalf. So $20,000 was the consideration there. So can we say even this will be considered as a supply as per section number 7(1)(b)? And this will be considered as import of services. If it is considered as import of services, can I say A Limited is required to pay the tax on this under reverse charge mechanism? It will pay the tax on this under reverse charge mechanism, and then it can take the ITC of the same. So can we say this becomes two different transactions? Totally this becomes two different transactions, everyone. Now see, one second, I'll just show it to you once again. See this. How are you going to present this? Can I say A Limited was going to provide the services to B Inc. of USA? Yes, for that C Inc. is also going to help to A Limited. So this is how it is going to happen. A Limited will pay to C Inc. B Inc. will pay to A Limited. Right? Now here it was decided that this contract value is of 1 lakh US dollar, this contract value is of $20,000. So both the transaction will be separately taxable. The outward transaction for A Limited, this is the export transaction. This will be taxable separately. Okay, and the help that we have taken, the subcontracting part that we have given to C Inc., this is considered as import of service, and on this reverse charge mechanism is applicable. Are you understanding? So just because we are doing a net settlement at the time of doing the payment, that is not going to affect my GST part. Okay, GST, invoicing, etc. that will be applicable as per the contract. My contract with B Inc. was of full 1 lakh. So invoice is also going to be made for entire 1 lakh US dollars only. Okay, even if B has paid directly to C 20,000, doesn't matter. This invoice is going to be for 1 lakh US dollar, and this invoice is going to be for $20,000 separately. Manageable till here? Yes, doable till here? Okay. Then after that, please try to understand this. This is called as what? This is called as subcontracting. Okay, that is my main contract was with B, but we took some help from C, so we subcontracted a part to C, and we have done this today in the earlier part of the lecture. Subcontracting is not intermediary services. Subcontracting means here C Inc. is not acting as an agent. C Inc. is not acting as an agent. Here, these are considered as two distinct supplies, two different supplies altogether. Are you understanding? So subcontracting is altogether different and intermediary is altogether different. Everyone, manageable till here? Yes, so this was all about all the important circulars from my GST portion. Everyone, I hope this was helpful for you and you were able to revise it in a effective manner. Yes or no? Everyone? Yes? Okay, so approximately around 76 circulars we have done it here. Yes, more or less all the important circulars and all the recent circulars, clarifications, explanation, notes, everything has been covered here. Yes, please use this PDF for your examinations. Like before the examination, you can quickly revise using this particular PDF if at all you have listened to this video once. Yes, and do let me know in the comment section if this was helpful for you, everyone. Yes, and we have been putting all the revision videos for all individual chapters on YouTube. Please make use of it properly. Yes, and in this lecture, we have also covered the place of supply amendment for November 26 separately and May 27 separately. So please be careful about that. What if they ask a question? We should not screw it up just because the mistake of ICAI has happened of not notifying the amendment. So just be careful. If you want, I'll repeat it again. Place of supply provision for intermediary services. As of for November 26, you don't have to consider the amendment, means we will apply section 13(8) only, means the place of supply will be location of supplier. But for May 27 examination and onwards, the place of supply is going to be the as per section number 13(2), that is the by default provisions. Yes, manageable till here? Please make use of all the revision videos. Yes, if you are not feeling confident about question answer solving, then we have got the practice batch also. Yes, it is super duper helpful, like practicing more than 300 questions and doing the writing practice of that 14 mark questions. All those we have done in the class, exclusive 10-hour writing practice. If you feel that you need it, then you can definitely enroll for the practice batch also, in which we have solved questions from each and every chapter. Right from the supply chapter till the FTP chapter, we have solved all the questions. Okay, the demo video also I have put it on YouTube YouTube. You can find it in the playlist. Yes. And what else? That's all. Yes, I'll be coming up with more and more videos for your examinations. Everyone, please subscribe to the channel. Now, if you have found the lecture helpful, please like it, please comment and share it with your friends, everyone. Yes. Okay. Till then, I'll see you all. Take care, study well, enjoy, stay calm, stay positive. I'll see you in the next video. Yeah. Thank you so much.